Court. Owner James L. Kroom Senior Revocable Trust, Sarah Kroom Trustee. Property was posted on June 9th, 2022, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning.
Sir,
Oh, I'm sorry.
the inspector has to speak first, so I
Okay,
don't.
I've never been here. I apologize.
It's okay, no problem. I just need to get some background for the
Okay.
case before
Thank
we
you.
hear it.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Lauderdale Code Officer Bernstein Sambard. Case number CE 2203-1325. Property address 801 Northeast 17 Court. This property was inspected on April 2nd, 2022, and cited for the following violations: 47-21.15D, a gumbo limbo tree on the side of the adjacent property to the garage facing northeast 8th Ave has been hat-racked. A citation was issued for immediate fine of $250. The property owner has paid the fine. Tree landscape permit LND-TREE-2206-0045 was issued on 6/23/2022. Due to noncompliance on June 9th, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I have been in contact with the property owner on how to achieve compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. The city is requesting 42 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
James L. Kroom Jr.
Okay, and are you in agreement with the city's 42 days or $50 a day thereafter?
Yes, ma'am. We
Okay.
have no problem.
All right, great. Thank you for your cooperation here today.
Okay, ladies, thank you so much. Are we done here?
Yep, you're done.
Okay, great. Listen, have a great day, ladies.
You
Again,
too.
thank you for your time. And Mr. Bernstein has been a wonderful, gentle, great person to work with. And the city in general has been
Yeah,
fantastic.
we're proud of our staff.
It should be. Thank you so much. Have a blessed morning.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 22010421. Case address 1611 Southwest 23rd Avenue. Owner Joshua Scheib. Property posted 6/17/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia, presenting case CE 22010421, reference to property 1611 Southwest 23rd Ave. This property was initially cited by previous Inspector Boudrum on February 9, 2022, for the violations 47-19.5.B.1.A2. There is plant overgrowth along the rear south side abutting the waterway, not maintained by the required site visibility area. 47-19.3H, which has complied. While performing a pre-hearing inspection on June 3rd, 2022, contact was made with the property owner in reference to the violation. As per the photos depict, the foliage remains in violation at this time. City is requesting 63 days for compliance or $25 per day thereafter.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Joshua Scheib?
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you so much for your cooperation today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 55. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21060623. Case address 2831 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Ashley Farringer. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 5/26/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $3,400 is accrued. The city is requesting a full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia, presenting case CE 21060623 in reference to the property 2831 Southwest 14th Street. This case was first heard on February 24th, 2022, which at the time the magistrate found for the city. At this time, the property remains in violation of Section 9-304B as per the photos depict. Section 18-12A was complied on June 29, 2022. Contact was made with the property owner, Ms. Ashley Farringer, who's here today, In reference to the subject violations, Ms. Feringer has obtained a driveway permit under permit number BLD RPAV 22060091. Ms. Feringer has managed to maintain communication at this time, and though the violations remain, the city is requesting a stay of fines and a pause of the accrual of fines for 91 days. Furthermore, a request for a reappearance for September 29, 2022 hearing.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Please state your name for the records.
Ashley Feringer.
Okay.
Keith Schaefer, I'm her attorney.
Okay. Is your client in agreement with the 91-day extension?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and we'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
Thank you.
Thank
See you back on the 29th.
Pardon? Oh, and there'll be an order to reappear on September 29th.
We'll be back. Thank
Okay, yeah, that's my calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 52. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 211-00192. Case address 1522 Northwest 8th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Goran Dragoslavic. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/24/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day. $2,950 is accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 211-00192 for property located at 1522 Northwest 8th Avenue, 1-2. This case was first heard on February 24, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 3/24/2022. The case was heard a second time on 4/28/2022, in which the magistrate granted a 10-day extension to the property. At this time, violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name for
Good
the
morning,
record.
Your Honor. Goran Dragoslavic.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Guy Strempak, represent the property owner.
Welcome. What would you like to tell me in mitigation of the fine?
Yeah, first, I apologize for not coming with the property in compliance. I wasn't involved in the process. I had one of my employees who was handling all the code violations. I took over now. I'm handling all the code violations. I know we tried numerous times to repaint the parking lot, and tenants would not cooperate. They kept the cars. It was very difficult. It's especially on 8th Avenue. It's a very difficult avenue to cooperate with the tenants, because not just my tenants, the neighbors park at the property, and I just want to ask for the mercy. It's like we did comply with it, and as soon as I found out, I basically, gave them notice of eviction, everything, and finally I was able to get the tenants to move the cars. So I'm just asking for the mercy, because we did comply. And the inspector can tell you 8th Avenue, it's a particular tough street because it's very limited parking, and the street is very tight, and city built a sidewalk with lights, so it's very difficult to maneuver with the cars. And, I apologize for taking a little longer than expected, but I did comply with this case.
Supervisor.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. I want to bring to your attention the fact that, this individual property owner has been here to the hearing. I don't know if you recall one of the last times, and you'll see a lot of the cases that he's had here consistently, and that's something you'll find today, as there's more than one case on the docket for this gentleman here today. And so we can't support a reduction of the fines because of that. A lot of these are repeats or recurrings that, quite frankly, shouldn't even get to the point of being cited by code compliance because they are fully aware and have been cited previously for these and all the other aforementioned, code sections that you'll see that'll come before you today.
You can respond.
I took over just a month or 2 months ago, so stuff like this cannot happen again. You know me, I own hundreds and hundreds of properties in the city of Fort Lauderdale. That's the only city I operate. And, we are proactive. I became even more proactive and making sure that something like that's not happen. But as I said, especially 8th Avenue, it's a very tough street. And, I've been having a very tough time with the tenants complying because they always
That's
have.
the business you're in, sir.
I agree with you.
And we cannot really make allowances because you can't get your tenants to cooperate, because ultimately it's the property owner's responsibility to bring the property into compliance. And this is not the first time you've been in front of me.
Yeah, I've been doing this business for 40 years, Your Honor. And, that's what I do for a living. And
But if I gave leniency to everybody who had tenant problems, we wouldn't enforce any codes. That's the problem, is that ultimately the property owner is still responsible. Counsel, did you want to say something before I rule?
Just that, Your Honor, the ultimate goal, as I discussed with the supervisor, is to bring the properties into compliance. This property has been brought into compliance. As Mr. Dragoslavic said, he owns many properties, not just one. This isn't the only one he's dealing with. And therefore, that's why we're asking for leniency and a reduction in the fines today.
All right. I will impose a fine of $1,600.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 59 with Inspector Bovrig-Zantis. Case number CE 21060765. Case address 1609 Lauderdale Manor Drive. Owner, Community 8 Properties LLC. This case was first heard on January 27, 2022, to comply by March 31, 2022. 5 sections complied at $25 per day. $3,725 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 21060765. Property address 1609 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This case was first heard in January 27, 2022, where the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violations. At this time, all violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Your
Good
Honor.
morning again. Please
Guy
state your
Strempak.
name again.
Guy Strempak, good morning. This case, I was retained personally to file an eviction to remove the tenant from the premises in order to bring this property into compliance. In this case particular, the landlord had to rent 3 30-yard demolition containers to remove the debris from the property after the eviction. That was at a cost of $1,400 plus labor. Again, we're asking for a reduction in fines. It is in compliance. And again, that's the ultimate goal of the city.
How long did the eviction take, and did that overlap with the time for compliance?
Well, the eviction, unfortunately, in order to comply, the eviction was filed. Let me see if I have the paperwork. February 9th is when they were served. But that was a last resort. The landlord does not like to evict tenants from their property, especially in today's times. So this was a last resort. We had to file the eviction. We don't want to remove tenants from their properties. And in order to comply, unfortunately, that had to happen.
All right, I'm going to impose a fine of $1,800.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is also on page 59, case number CE 211-00432, case address 1113 Northwest 11th Court. Owners Goran and Teresa Dragoslavic. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 4/7/22. 2 sections complied at $50 per day, $5,750 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. This case was first heard on February 24, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 42 days to correct all the violation on property. property was posted and the pre-hearing was conducted on June 22nd, revealed all violations are now in compliance, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Okay. Here we go again.
Your Honor, good morning again. This is a similar case to the last case. I was retained to file an eviction. But today, we have the tenant and his employer here today to address the special magistrate.
Okay.
But in this case, again, this was all debris and storage that the tenant used in order to, for work purposes, to make a living. Again, unfortunately, we had to file the eviction. The tenant would like to come back to the property, cannot find another property, is now living with family, needs to be in a locale close to its work, and the tenant is here to address you, because the tenant is ultimately responsible for the fines under the lease agreement.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
My name is Leo Charles.
Okay.
So I lived there for 9 years. So problem I have, because I got to help my family, the stuff, the CTC on the back, I have to help my family with that. All the time, the people give me a donation, I keep it to send in my country to help my people. So when they give me fine for that, I don't even know. So all the time I go to Haiti, I got my brother. Haiti is sick, really sick. Now he got a surgery now. God take his life, so he got a life now, so he gonna be okay. So that stuff you have there to sell, to help, to pay rent, to help people, to help my family here. So that I'm not rich people, I'm very poor. I can't save anything. Everything I got to help people, my family. So I know nothing. I can't do nothing now. So I got no money. I'm really poor. I spent $250 in Haiti for surgery for my brother. I could show you everything on my phone. So I have no money now to help myself. I'm on the street now. So my friend have given me some place to live with them a couple of days. So nobody can help people. It takes so long. People have, you know. So I don't know what to do. I don't know who can help me. So I know.
Hello, my name's Carl Patrodani, and he's an employee of mine, has been for over 20 years. And I didn't find out about this till then he got the eviction notice. Once I found out that he was being evicted, we immediately complied. And, you know, any fines that you impose are going to be imposed on him. And I'm going to end up paying it for his fines, and then he'll pay me back. But, you know, we're trying to get out of here with little to no fines.
Let me make something
He
clear.
has no money.
Under the law, the property owner is responsible. He's passed that liability on to his tenant. That is not the city's problem.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is he's on the street now. He's been evicted, okay? And the only way he's going to get a place anywhere is to stay where he's been residing for the last 10 years, okay? With the eviction notice and no money, he's going to be on the street. So I understand that it's Goran's responsibility, but he was being a knucklehead and just was being stubborn and didn't comply, didn't understand the severity of the consequences of his actions, okay? So he understands when the sheriff put the orange sticker on is when the light bulb went off. Prior to that, he just didn't understand the severity of the situation. So even if you impose the fines on Goran, he's out on the street with nothing, okay? And, you know, take it from there. You know, I'm willing to pay something to get him back in the apartment and put this to rest, and it won't happen again with this particular tenant.
All right. You know, I sympathize with this tenant. I really do. Obviously, he has a lot on his plate. What I'm not pleased with is the property owner bringing him in here because he's chosen to let his responsibility fall on the tenant, okay? And I'd like that to be addressed.
Your Honor, to address that, these are items that were stored on the property, such as automobiles, grinding equipment that isn't easy to remove from the property. especially when it was in the backyard of the tenant, and the tenant was refusing to comply. Now, the tenant wants to comply. Ultimately, the landlord would like to bring him back to the property and lease the property back to him so he has a roof over his head and he can work again. That's the ultimate goal. Again, the property is in compliance now. You know the background story. We're just asking for leniency, reduction in fines, not just on behalf of Gorn, but on behalf of the tenant, so we can get the tenant back in the property and put a roof over his head.
All right, I'm going to reduce the fines to $1,000, and I am giving you a warning if I see you in front of me again.
One more time.
This is multiple cases. I will not be as lenient. I am doing this for your tenant because I know you're taking it out on him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I really appreciate it. It's the same tenant for 10 years. I haven't increased the rent for him because I know he's struggling. I can make double the money, but I'm not about money. I'm about helping people. And, he was great tenant. We did comply in front, but I couldn't remove this big machinery in the back. I just couldn't. I had to depend on the tenant, and I didn't know what else to do then. So I really appreciate you.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 61. Inspector Bernstein, Sambard. Case number CE 22010460. Case address 1528 Northeast 3rd Avenue. Owner, Community 8 Properties LLC. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/21/22. One section complied at $250. $1,750 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Officer Bernstein Sambard. It's case number CE 22010460. Property address 1528 Northwest 3rd Ave. This property was inspected on January 20, 2022, cited for the following violations. 1812A complied, 2427B complied, 29-280H1 complied, 18-1 complied, 4734.4.B.1 complied, 9-304B complied. Section 9304B was out of compliance for a total of 7 days, and a fine amount of $1,750 has been accrued. City is requesting full amount.
Sir, please state your name.
Again, Goran Dragoslovic. And again, I apologize for being here again. I did comply. My employee was on vacation. I did comply with all the cases because when he left, he told me, this is the cases you need to comply. I never knew about the front of the property. That's only one case that was not complied. I mean, if I knew about it, I would have complied. Like there were like 7, 8 cases. Same tenant also has been living there for 12, 15 years. And I did not know. I was only 7 days out of compliance. So as soon as my employee came back, he noticed that this was not complied, immediately complied, called the inspector. And so I just asked for the leniency. It was only 7 days on only one case. Everything else was complied on timely manner.
I'm going to impose the full fine.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 5. Inspector Michelle Shariar, Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, presenting case number CE 21090619, case address 2625 North Ocean Boulevard. Owner Ghulam Usman. This property received personal service on June 1st, 2022, and was posted at City Hall on 6/16/22.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale on behalf of Inspector Shariar. Case number is CE 21090619, property address 2625 North Ocean Boulevard. This property was first inspected on September 23rd, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 1812A has been complied. 184C has been complied. 184A has been complied. 9-280H1 has been complied. 47-19.4.D.8 has been complied. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained, including but not limited to the roof flashing, gutters, and the air conditioning wall unit. There's, I guess, openings around the wall unit. 47-20.20H, the parking facilities are not being maintained. The asphalt is in disrepair, and the stripes are missing and/or faded, and the wheel stops are also in disrepair. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 29th, 2022, and the violations remain as depicted on the photos, which we would like entered for the record.
Okay.
And the city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter per violation.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is G.H. Usman, Ghulam Usman. My
Okay.
address is 61 Northeast First Street.
Okay,
And just want to know that all the inspectors, they go out of the way to help us.
thank you.
And everything what they're saying is 100% correct. Only thing is that we went through kind of difficult time because of not collecting rent for a year and a half and making all the property taxes, mortgage payments, insurances, utility bill. And now we are in process of getting our tenant out, which is a public record. You can see that, with my name. And the only thing I'm asking that all the things need to be done for the sake of everybody else's time and your time.
Can you get it done within the 35 days?
I'd like to have a 60 days, if you don't mind.
Any,
For the sake of everybody's time, I just don't want to come back.
looks like he's trying.
Your Honor, we would have to do 56,
Okay,
and because I would like an order to reappear.
okay, that's fine. 56 days, and you'll reappear on my docket on August 25th.
And it will definitely improve. Thank you for
Okay,
everything.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 67. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 21090563. Case address 3041 Northeast 49th Street. Owner BPL LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/24/22. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines are due to start July 1st, 2022, and this was in order to reappear. Additionally, there are neighbors present who would like to speak on behalf of the property.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case address is 3041 Northeast 49th Street. Case number is 21090563. This case was brought in front of the magistrate on February 24th, 2022, and was granted a continuance. And then it was brought before the magistrate on March 24th, 2022, where the magistrate found for the city that the violation did exist, and they were granted 63 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter. For violation 47-18.32.D.5. Basically, it's a multi-family apartment building. It was operating as an SSRF Level 5 facility, which is prohibited in this zone, which is an RMM 25. The owner was granted another 35 days to come into compliance by the magistrate and ordered a mandatory reappearance, and that's why we're here today. I conducted a pre-hearing inspection yesterday, and basically nothing has changed. Everything is, all the workers are still there, all the tenants remain, and the city is opposed to any more extensions.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware of the neighbors here. I'll try and keep it brief.
state your name for the record.
Sorry. Rod Feiner, I'm an attorney with Coker and Feiner representing the owner. Everything the history that the officer given is correct. Let me just clarify that right at the beginning. The first 30-day extension, however, was for us to examine whether we were in violation or not. So nothing was really going on then because we had taken over a use that was exactly like this several years ago. We thought we were grandfathered. We thought there was this. Those arguments we found out in that 30-day time period no longer were applicable. Since that time, we have been attempting to achieve compliance. We have not accepted any new residents into the facility. But these residents do receive, they're receiving treatment for an addiction. pursuant to our license with the state of Florida, and we are fully licensed through the Agency for Healthcare Accreditation and everything else. I know that doesn't mean we're permitted in the city zoning district. I'm not saying that. But we have all these approvals from the state of Florida, which means we undertake a responsibility for these people. We can't just throw them out on the street. We are trying to find other facilities for them, not just owned by my client, which owns other facilities, but even to third-party facilities. And we have not accepted any new people into the facility.
Have any of the people that are there been relocated?
Two have. We found two.
And how many more?
I don't know. I think probably at least 15 or 20, but I think we should be able to get those done and out within 30 days. That's what my client is telling me, is that they're in the process of doing it and everyone's leaving. We just legally, we can't throw them out on the street. I understand the city's position on this, but we also have a responsibility to them under the state health care.
But I'm not seeing the effort of relocating 2 out of 20 in all these months. I'm just not seeing it.
The problem is there are not that many facilities around that can house these people. I hate to say it, because this is what goes on. This particular use would be allowed if no treatment was going on the premises with a certain number of people. Okay, because treatment is occurring, it takes it from a residential housing to an SSRF use. Okay, that's what the code says. If it was no treatment going on, we could go and file a petition for the city commission and ask for, I forgot what they call it, a certificate of need or something like that, and we could try and do that. The problem is these people need treatment. Now, they are bused to see doctors off-site, but because they can't be trusted, nurses give medicine on-site. And that the city has determined is treatment, even though they're not being prescribed. So these are not just in-home resident people recovering from addiction. They're receiving medicine, they're receiving counseling in the premises at the time, and they need to go to a facility that's like that. And there just aren't that many that are in Broward County that are not already at full capacity. We've placed some as far as Pompano Beach. We've placed a couple down in actually Miami-Dade County because they had family down in Miami-Dade County. This is what we're doing. We're looking in those areas, but Pompano is basically all full, which is where they are, and all these facilities are. We have actually now started to contact facilities up in Delray. I mean, that's how far we're looking to put these people in. And I know the neighbors are here, and they're what they said the last time, and we feel for them. We are trying to do that. But this is also not an instance where we started operating the business and knew it was illegal, and we did that. While it may be true that there was no history of this, I could show the special magistrate or whatever else that we actually purchased this business that was operating on there from someone else. They were just never cited previously. So we thought the business was allowed. So now that's what we're trying to do now ever since this has occurred.
Did you want to say something?
Your Honor, no, thank you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were, okay.
Your Honor.
All right.
I believe there's neighbors here that want to speak, and I just want to bring it to the attention that, this is 128 days if you add up all the extensions and so on and so forth. And, I understand what he's saying, but, we also have to look at, the amount of time that was given. And like you said, only 2 people have been relocated at this point. I think the neighbors want to talk if...
I would also say that 30, 45 days, there were no attempts at relocation on the continuance because we were examining the legal rights of whether we were contesting whether the violation existed or not, which what the magistrate said at the first violation because of the history of this. So it's not like there was that going on from the very beginning. First, we had to explore the rights of what were going on and then moving from there.
But you could have anticipated it wouldn't go your way.
The clients thought that it would be the contrary until we dug down into it because of the prior use and everything.
Okay, let me hear from the neighbors, please. Come forward. Please state your name, please.
My name is Tom Rasmussen. I'm a homeowner directly across the street from this rehab center. 4 years ago, when they got their license in my living room, because I was on the HOA board at the time with another board member, Chris Grimaldi, and another former board member, Joe Kovac, we sat down with Adam Lundquist, who was the vice president of the rehab center and his financial partner. And we said, hey guys, you're coming in here and this is a beautiful, quiet, residential neighborhood. we would like you to be good neighbors. Adam Lundquist promised that he would be good neighbors. Over the past 4 years, they have turned out to be horrible neighbors. There are 911 police responses and EMS responses several times every single month. And I have 3 cases that I would just like to share with you, 10 seconds each. A few months ago, there was a young woman who was a resident there screaming at the top of her lungs about $40. Somebody owed her $40. $40. She's outside the residence now. Staff came to help her. 911 was called. She was carried away in an EMS ambulance. I don't know if they sedated her, but clearly she was under the influence of some substance. Another example was several months ago. There was a huge disturbance. I mean, people yelling, and I don't know if there were fists thrown, but by the time I stepped across the street, I said, hey guys, would you please keep it down? This is a quiet residential neighborhood. You're disturbing the peace. And a guy in the back, one of the residents, yelled at me, hey, fuck you. And I said, guys, please, this is a quiet residential neighborhood. Another example, last week, there was a young mid-20s male, baseball cap on. He was a resident. He was screaming in the middle of the street. This is right in front of my driveway. And he's doing both fingers like this at staff and screaming and yelling. We don't know who he was. We think staff called 911. Police showed up and they took him away. So all we are asking is please help us restore a quiet residential neighborhood and kick these guys out. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
The only thing I'll say to that is I feel the residents' pain. I understand that. We are trying to achieve compliance in a legally responsible manner, and we can't, we try and help these people recover from addiction. Obviously, in these cases, I think there were relapses, and then we do what we have to do, and we move them from the facility because they're no longer doing that. I don't know the specific examples he's talking about, but I do know that that's a set policy for a road to recovery, is we don't keep them there if they have relapses, because that shows they're off their medicine that they've been prescribed for rehabilitation, everything else.
Okay. Did you want to say something, sir?
Sorry, I thought that was it. I apologize.
Okay.
My name is Lodge Weber. I want to briefly reiterate what Mr. Rasmussen said with regards to the tenants in this facility. He said that there's only about 20 people living there. It's really more like 40 people living there. It's a very large apartment complex. If they've only managed to move 2 people so far, they obviously aren't making the effort. We are putting up with a lot of grief from the residents in this building, and the owners and property managers don't seem to be doing anything at this time. So they've really wrecked our neighborhood, and we'd like to see them go.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not unsympathetic of the tenants in this building. I know you do good work there, et cetera. However, I think we've been more than lenient in giving time in order to relocate these individuals. It's been found that this property is in violation, and I am not granting any more extensions.
I understand Your Honor's ruling. I would just humbly ask for you to reconsider and maybe just grant 30 days and put on the record nothing more or nothing else like that.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And the per day is what? I'm sorry.
It's $100
Okay.
per day, I think.
$100, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 68. Inspector Bernstein Sambard, case number CE 211-00908, case address 5180 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner RMC Rural Holdings LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 4/7/22, suspended 4/12/22 to 7/12/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $200 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein Sambard, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 211-00908, property address 5180 Northwest 12th Ave. This property was inspected on August 27, 2021, and was cited for the following violations. 47-21.11.8, the landscape on the swell is not being maintained. There is dead and or missing grass on the swell. This case was first heard on February 24, 2022, given 91 days to comply. Due to the property owner meeting with planning department for a pre-development meeting on June 29, 2022, which was yesterday, we're gonna request a 60-day extension. From my understanding, after the meeting we had in February, there was supposed to be a meeting with the owner and planning, zoning, and engineering, which never occurred till yesterday.
Okay, tell me how many days extension you want again?
We requesting 60-day extension to reappear on the next hearing.
Well,
63 days, I'm sorry, 63 days.
yeah, but my next hearing is 56 days. If you want him to reappear, it's got to be 56 days.
Gotta be 56? Okay, let's do 56. And we'll see the progress that was made, because he went to the to the meeting, he can tell you all about what's going on.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Robert Cohen.
Okay, are you in agreement with the 56-day extension?
I think that'll be a good time for an update. Like, the project is going to be extensive. We won't have it done, but I'll be able to show whatever progress I'm able to bring to the table at that point. Obviously, the city has to cooperate on that timing as well. We've had
Okay.
difficulty getting meetings.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll give you 56 days and an order to reappear on my August 25th docket.
August 25th? Great.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 29. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22030604. Case address 824 Southeast 6th Court. Owners Lindsay and Moody Inet. Property posted 6/7/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 22030604 for the property located at 824 Southeast 6th Court. Inspection of the property was performed on March 14th of this year and cited for the following violation. 9-305A, there's landscaping material that was placed on the property encroaching onto the public right-of-way sidewalk area. 25-100, landscaping was placed planted on the public right-of-way without first obtaining required engineering and landscaping permits from the city. Courtesy notice was issued and mailed to the property owner via first-class mail on March 14 of 2022, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner, and special magistrate record form sent on April 28th of 2022, scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 27th. Pictures presented here today are to confirm the violation still does exist. Your Honor, for the record, the property owner has been working diligently on trying to get the permits from the landscaping and engineering department. It's taking a little bit of time for the property owner to actually pursue the final outcome of this. So the city is requesting the following: 63 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $25 for each of the violation. If the property owner requires more time, I'm going to have to ask for the property owner to send an email, as he has such in the past, to ask for more time for this situation. I know it's going to take a little bit of time, and I know that you've been diligently working on this situation, okay? The photos here submitted into record for evidence, Your Honor, and the property owner is here today with us.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Hi, Moody and Ayat.
Okay, are you willing to accept the terms that the city inspector?
I would like just a little bit more time, and I can give a little bit more clarity on this. We bought this house. These are not plans that were placed by us. I understand we fully intend on being compliant. In order to remove those plans, I need to build a fence, and I've already put down a deposit with a are in the process of obtaining permits. I don't have any control over when the permits will be granted or when the fence will finally be up. So I just don't want to, I have no idea, I can't say 63 days. I would like, if possible, 3 months, 4 months, and I expect this to be done very shortly. Like I said, I just put down a deposit, and I have been in contact with multiple contractors.
Okay.
At your leisure, Your Honor.
All right, if I give him 91 days, I can have him reappear on my September docket to make sure.
That will be fine, Your
everything's
Honor,
done.
yes.
Okay, all right. I'll give you 91 days, and if he complies the case before that, you don't have to come back. But if the case is uncomplied, you'll be back in front of me on September 29th. Okay,
Thank you, Your
thank you.
Honor.
All right.
Our next case is on page 55. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 22010828, case address 2301 Southeast 17th Street, owner trust number P66-2020, P66 Land Trust LLC trustee. This case was cited on 12922 to comply by 2822, suspended 32422 to 41422. One section complied at $250 per day. $11,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22010828 in reference to the property 2301 Southeast 17th Street. This case was first heard on March 24, 2022, of which the magistrate issued an order to reappear at today's hearing. As of April 15, 2022, the property is in compliance with the city's requirements. The vessel in violation was removed from the marina property. At this time, the property accrued a fine of $11,000 over a period of 44 days. The city's position is to impose administrative costs to the sum of $300.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Megan Legassi.
Are you in agreement with the imposition of administrative costs of $300? Thank you very much.
Yep.
Our next case is on page 54, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 210-80201, case address 1844 Southeast First Avenue, owner Ann Moniz. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 1/27/22, suspended 2/8/22 to 4/14/22. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $900 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21080201, reference to property address 1844 Southeast First Ave. This case was first heard on October 28, 2021, of which the magistrate found for the city. An extension for compliance was granted on February 8, 2022 for the pending violations. As of today, the property is in compliance as per the photos depict. The subject property has accrued fines to the sum of $900. The city is requesting the imposition of administrative costs to the sum of $300. U.S.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Hi, John Ivantar. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Ann Moniz, the owner. She's the owner of the property that's actually prior next door.
Is the doctor in agreement with the administrative cost of $300?
I'd like to ask for that to be waived, if that's at all possible. We originally tried to come into court prior to the original date in February. We actually just purchased the property in November from the prior owners that had let it to be dilapidated. We invested a lot of money in rehabilitating the home and curing the fines. We were originally told that we needed to be in court for the January hearing, and we were under an assumption that we had already had the court date set. When I called the city because we hadn't received anything, I was told by the city that the prior owners had never set anything for the date. They told us there was a date and that we weren't able to be on the docket. That was the only reason that we appeared in February, where we were granted an extension. And at that point, what had happened is the fines accrued from the January meeting till the only time we could be on the docket.
Anything else?
The city would just leave it up to the magistrate.
All right, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and waive the fine.
Great, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 53. Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 211-00873, case address 1830 Northwest 26th Terrace. Owner Jesseline Home Healthcare LLC. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/21/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $1,900 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. The case first came before the magistrate on 3/24, where evidence was presented and found for the city. The violations were first cited on 10/26/22. A total of 13 inspections were made on the property. The case is now in compliance, and the city is recommending admin cost of $764.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Dionarin Dalip. and
Are
I'm
you in
representing-
agreement with the reduction to city costs?
I'm here on behalf of Annette to either get a reduced fine since
You're not getting any fine. We're just asking, the city's just asking for their costs back.
of $700.
Their costs are $764.
Okay, we paid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 11. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22010243. Case address 2648 Nassau Lane. Owner Roger Key. Property posted 6/15/22, posted City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning. For the record, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22010243 for property located at 2648 Nassau Lane. An inspection was conducted on January 12th, 2022. Upon inspection, the following violation was observed: 47.19.2 HHII 2C. There is a portable storage unit on the property without permits. A reinspection was conducted on 6/2/22 and the property remained in violation. As of 6/23/22, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $25 per day thereafter. The property owner is in the process of obtaining the permits. She was at the office yesterday. We are currently working on it.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Sure. Annette Ray Bishop.
Okay, are you in agreement with bringing the property into compliance within 63 days?
I am. I would like to state that the reason there has been a lapse in time is that every time I would go to request a permit, the permit department said, there is no permit for that. I had let Mr. Aguilera know that. So the right hand and the left hand have had a really tough time making sure that they would meet. But I do have everything under control and we should be in compliance.
Perfect. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 22040647. Case address 541 Southwest 27th Terrace. Owner Eddie Ellis. Property posted 6/17/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22. Is there a respondent for 541 Southwest 27th Terrace?
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22040647 in reference to the property 541 Southwest 27th Terrace. This property was initially cited on April 20th, 2022. for the violations 47-34.1.8.1, which has complied. 18-4C has complied. 9-278E has complied. And lastly, 9-304B, the gravel area on the swell of the property requires maintenance. There are weeds growing through the gravel and appears unleveled and in an ungraded condition. At this time, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 91 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Any others?
Are you in agreement to finish up the property within the next 91 days?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your cooperation, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., is on page 38 and page 64, as there are citations on this case as well. Case number CE 22050062, case address 2300 Northwest 6th Street, numbers 1 through 6. Owner SKAB LLC, property posted 6/10/22, post at City Hall on 6/16/22. On page 64, the citation was issued on May 4th, 2022 to comply by May 5th, 2022. One section not complied at $200 per day, $11,000 has accrued. One section not complied at $150 per day, $8,250 has accrued. A total of $19,250 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the citation, and no appeal was received.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22050062, case address 2300 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on May 4th, 2022 by myself during routine inspections of the area, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt has cracked, damaged areas with potholes. The surface is stained with dirt and oil, and the wheel stops are not secured or damaged. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 47-21.11.A, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Inspection report was posted as well as mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 7 inspections have been conducted on this property, and the violations still exist. City is requesting a finding of fact the violations exist and 28 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Aixa Skinner.
Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
Your Honor, this is a 12-unit complex, and we're working with architects and engineer and GCs. And I just bought the property back in March 16th, so I've been dealing with all these things since the very first day. I already changed roof, already treat termites, everything it's been done. And I have a very big problem with the neighbors, parking there and using my trash bins and everything. So I don't think 28 days is enough. I am working diligently with everything. So I will need more than around 3 or 4 months. We are doing everything. We hired an architect already, and we're going to do everything complying with the city code. So the first thing is for example, for the parking space, I have to put up a fence, which I'm working on it with permits, of course.
Have you filed for the permits?
I have everything here. I have my architect filing and my GC architect filing next week. So we also hired an engineer for the 40-year inspection. Everything is being done, and we're going to file next week for sure. So I already spoke with the inspector, Quintero. He knows everything. I've been working with him through all these months. And, I will ask you if you can give me 90 days at least so I can do everything.
Good morning again, Special Magistrate Julio Dowd, Co-Compliance Supervisor. While I'm not opposed to granting a little bit more time, most of these violations, especially the overgrowth and trash, are cosmetic in nature or property maintenance in nature and really have nothing to do with the permitting. You know, I would request very little latitude on that type of violation. I don't see any reason why that shouldn't be routinely picked up and cleaned up because it is a detriment to the neighborhood, and we've been getting complaints on that. In addition to that, yeah, I think 60 days would probably be, you know, somewhere around 60 or 63 days would probably be sufficient to paint and to get the parking facilities in order.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 28 days on the trash, rubbish, and debris and landscaping, and 63 days on the remaining violations. And if you run into a problem with permitting or whatever, and you're being diligent, you can contact the inspector, and I'm sure he'll try to work with you.
Yeah, okay, agreed. Thank you.
There's also the case on page 64. I'm sorry, the same case is also on page 64.
It's the same thing.
50.
64.
Page 64 for the citation.
These are for the citations. No, it's Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city, case number CE 22050062, case address 2300 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on May 4th, 2022 by myself, and the following violations were found. 47-19.4.D.8. There is a dumpster enclosure that is not maintained at this location. Gates are left open. There is trash, rubbish, and debris within and throughout the surrounding areas of the dumpster. 24-29A, the dumpster is overflowing with trash. The dumpster lids are left open and it is not being maintained. There is an odor from the trash, rubbish, and debris within and surrounding the dumpster and permeating to the right-of-way and other occupied residential property. Citations were posted to the property giving 24 hours for compliance, and an affidavit of posting was submitted to admin staff for processing. Reinspection conducted on May 5th, 2022 revealed the violation remained and fines would commence as of this date. An affidavit of noncompliance was submitted to admin staff as well. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 25th, 2022, and the violations remain and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for either citation. Requesting a full amount.
Okay, was this an ongoing case then that was open and then cited?
This was cited all at the same time, so the citations were for these two violations because they were more crucial in aspect. If you see the photos, just the condition of the dumpster and the trash all around, it's something that they haven't really been on top of getting maybe the contracted company to pick up. So those were cited under a citation for a more immediate response, and it still isn't, you know, being done in a timely manner. The rest of the violations were done as a regular inspection report because they're, you know, going through that process with permitting and everything.
Okay, all right. Please state your name again for the record.
Aixa Skinner?
Okay, unfortunately, they don't give me a lot of discretion when a citation is issued and no appeal is filed. Did you file for an appeal in this case?
Well, I've been talking to Mr. Quintero since the very beginning, and I've been telling him that I have Waste Management as I hire them to go I think they go twice a week.
Okay, but I need to know if you filed an appeal in this case.
No.
Okay,
no,
yes.
This is new for me. I only have this, and I don't know.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if you're issued a citation, and this goes for anyone who's here on a citation case that hasn't filed an appeal, the way the code is written, I have no discretion but to impose the fine. There is another process that you can go through, a lien reduction process, where you can tell me about mitigating circumstances, and I could try to give you some leniency at that time. But the way the code reads, I cannot do anything else but impose the fine at this point.
How much is it?
It's $19,250.
What?
Yeah. So I would encourage you to.
No, I cannot pay that,
You know,
definitely.
I would encourage you to take advantage of the lien reduction process, and we can talk about the mitigating circumstances then, okay?
So should I wait until the end of this?
No, someone can give you some information on that. Who can give,
But they won't
See
be,
that
they won't be
woman
able
over
to
there?
apply until the case comes into compliance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Roberto Meneses, case number CE 22031020, case address 625 Southwest 13th Avenue, owner Hugo Development LLC. Property posted 5/20/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Roberto Meneses for Community Enhancement. I'm on case CE 22031020. Property address is 625 Southwest 13th Avenue. The property was first inspected and cited on March 28th, 2022. For the following violations were observed. 4734.18.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RD zone property. There's outdoor storage on the property that consists of, but not limited to, bicycle carriages, tarps, ladders, and other miscellaneous items. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash and debris, rubbish and debris on the property or its swell. 9278E has been complied. 9306 has been complied. And an inspection report was sent via certified mail on March 28th. A reinspection was done on May 7th, 2022. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on 5/20/2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 23rd, 2022, and shows that the violation still remains. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter, per violation.
Sir, please state your name.
Hi, good morning. Julian Siegel.
Okay, it looks like you've done part of this. Can you finish the rest of it within
100%. Roberto Nemesis is an amazing inspector. We developed a relationship on another property a block away. Unfortunately, he wasn't aware that I owned this property. This property is actually rented to a Fort Lauderdale lifeguard, so he has paddle boards and all kinds of beachy things there. When I spoke to him, when I finally got the notice in the mail, he said, "Oh, I'm working with the inspector. I'm working with the inspector." So I drove by yesterday and I took pictures. There's no more paddle boards. The debris is gone. He and we are doing the best we can to get this into compliance. So
Okay, I'll give you the 14 days, and he'll re-inspect during that
Wonderful.
period of time. So whatever's complied, he can comply.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's possible the next one's next.
Our next case is on page 6. Case number CE 22031247, case address 636 Southwest 14 Terrace, numbers 1 through 9. Owner Ashton Holdings and Development LLC. Personal service was given to this property on 5/5/22 and posted at City Hall on 6/16/22.
Roberto Meneses for Community Enhancement. On case number CE 22031247. Property address is 636 Southwest 14 Terrace. The property was first inspected on March 28th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. The ones that have been complied are 9304B complied, 4734.1.8.1 complied, 181 complied. 9305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, and there are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9306 is complied. Inspection report was posted on the property 3/30/2022. A notice of hearing was hand-delivered to the property owner on 5/5/2022, and a reinspection was conducted on the property 5/13/2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on June 29th, 2022, and the violation still remains. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $15 per day after, per violation.
Okay, sir, state your name for the record again.
Julian Siegel.
Okay, are you willing to finish this property within the next
Sure.
15 days?
We spoke, and he was so thorough and amazing, and he just didn't explain the other section of the property. I thought I was in complete total compliance. He
Okay.
was off on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So Wednesday, I called him and I said, I've got great pictures, come on over. And I think he said there's one more piece left to do, but
It's just, yeah, it's fairly simple. It's just the swell area on the front of the property that just needs a ground cover.
and yeah, we've had so much rain, it's all washed away. So there's,
All right, good luck, sir.
thank you.
Our next case is on page 53. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22040684, case address 2400 Laguna Drive, owner Arrowhead Hill Country Investments LLC. This case was cited on 4/21/22 to comply by 5/6/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $12,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 22040684, property address 2400 Laguna Drive. The property was initially inspected on April 21st, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 15-272A is complied. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation is in compliance, and the city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed the full amount of fines to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Eric Jackman. I'm the attorney for Arrowhead Hill Country Investments LLC.
Did your client file an appeal in this case?
They did not. This is actually one of the first times that I never even saw that they received a notice of violation. The first notice that I received was on June 3rd, 2022, which was sent to me on June 16th. So I had no idea about this. For my clients, if we have to appeal, we will go through the appeal process.
Yeah, it's too late to appeal at this point. Now, what you can do, though, and I would recommend it, is to take advantage of the lien reduction process, because I don't have any discretion but to impose the fine if the appeal isn't timely filed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21050038. Case address 1201 Southeast 12th Court. Owner Los Olas Regency Trust. Judith Doring, trustee, and all others. Property posted 6/7/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21050038 for the property located at 1201 Southeast Second Court. Inspection of the property was performed on May 4th of 2021 and cited for the following violation. 9-280H, there's a deteriorated accessory structure violation at this property. The perimeter concrete wall located on the west side of the property is cracked, in disrepair, and leaning towards the sidewalk. Courtesy notice was posted and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on May 4th of 2021, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the representative, the owner, and the management as well. Special magistrate request forms were sent on July 6th of 2021 and April 21 of 2022 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 27th of 2022, and the picture presented here were taken to confirm the following violation has not been brought into compliance. Your Honor, for the record, this is complaint-based. This is not something that we look for. This was actually brought to our attention. The city's requesting the following, Your Honor. We're gonna ask for 63 days or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists. We have a photo submitted into record for evidence, and a representative for the management is actually here with us today.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. This is Roy Edwards with toothaker.org. I'm representing the property owner.
Okay, can your client bring this property into compliance within 63 days?
I would actually like to request a 90-day extension because this one is a little bit more complicated because we are required to get a permit, which has already been filed and is being processed at this moment. And throughout the permitting process, we actually had a comment back from the zoning department. And the zoning department brought to our attention that the wall is actually a non-conforming structure because it was built more than 50 years ago. And
Doesn't look too stable either.
So the property owner brought on a team of engineers and contractors, and they actually wrote in an email that even though it looks a little bad, it's safe until it can get repaired, which is what we're working on right now. But yes, zoning said that they actually want us to move it. We can't move it because then it's right up against parking spaces, and the property owner would lose all their parking. So we're repairing it, and our office is working with the zoning department to prove that it's an existing non-conforming structure because less than 50% of the wall is being repaired. So all of that coordination is taking a little bit more time than expected. Once we actually get the permit approved, which it's almost is, then we need the time to repair the wall, which is not like an overnight process. So we would realistically, I don't want to waste everyone's time and come back here in 63 days and ask for another extension, but realistically, we would like 90.
At your leisure, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'll give you 91 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 43. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22020797, case address 2440 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Asaph Kaufman. This property was cited on 2/23/22 to comply by 2/24/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed in the event that the city prevails, as this is a citation appeal. I'm sorry, and we would also like to impose the $75 appeal fee as well if the city prevails. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 22020797, property address 2440 Northeast 26th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on February 23rd, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 15-2783. There is a solid waste container placed curbside outside of the permitted timeframes. That violation is complied. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation has been complied. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
Please state your name.
Hey, my name is Jennifer Brucey.
Okay. What do you want to tell me?
So, what my customer mentioned to me is that the fine was imposed on February 23rd, which was a Wednesday, and the trash pickup was supposed to be on Thursday at the following day. By the Fort Lauderdale city that we have in here, we can put the cards on the curb by 7 o'clock in the morning at the day of the trash pickup, or no earlier than 24 hours before. The fine was given on the Wednesday, the 23rd, 11:20 in the morning. So we were like, if you was there at this time, we were, it was illegal there. And then on the 24th, on the 25th, the trash was still there. So this was infraction because nobody pulled it up, put it back on the...
Are you saying the trash was never picked up?
No, I mean, it was putting in the curb on the 23rd, which was Wednesday. So looks like it was legally over there.
And that's not correct. The 23rd of February was a Tuesday.
Was it Tuesday?
Yes.
Sorry. Let me just confirm because the information that I had was that it was
Well, the
February
calendar-
23rd was a Wednesday. Am I wrong?
Okay.
And then on the 24th, the trash was picked up, but it was not putting back, took it out of the curb. So basically on the 23rd, it was legally over there because we were under these 24 hours. But then on the 25th, it was not taken out of the curb. So then my customer came. I have the flight tickets in here. That he came from California, he put it back, he took it out of the curb on the 25th. But on the 25th, it was wrongly still in the curb. So, but the 23rd, we were legally over there. So I have the pictures from the camera that he sent to me on the 25th at night. It was when he took it out of the curb.
Okay.
Your Honor, if,
Show the pictures to the inspector.
Your Honor, if I may.
Oh, yeah.
Katrina, Supervisor Jordan, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, I am also the vacation rental supervisor. I did speak with Mr. Kaufman via email, which I can place into the record. And I explained to Mr. Kaufman that he is not, even though he stated that he found this information on the city's website, he is bound by the vacation rental ordinance because he's operating a vacation rental. In the vacation rental ordinance, which he agreed and signed, the waste container cannot be at curbside before 6 p.m. The waste carts were curbside at 11:17 a.m. That's why he was cited. Additionally, when Inspector Oaks went back, they were still by the curbside, even though they were empty. They have to be behind the property line. So both times Inspector Oaks was present, the carts were not where they were supposed to be.
Okay.
So, yes.
Okay.
I mean, if we were wrong in the 23rd, that's fine. On the 24th, we were legally over there. On the 25th, he took it out at night, which was an infraction on the 23rd then, and on the 25th. But other than that, it was fixed.
Well,
And he's being fined for 4 days, I guess,
okay.
instead of 2.
Yeah, it appears you're following the wrong section of the code, and it's a vacation rental, and therefore, factually, this was in violation on the 23rd because it was put out in the morning. So I'm going to fine for the city and impose the $800 fine and the cost. $75? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Bernstein Sambard. Case number CE 22040207, case address 1200 Northwest 17th Avenue. Owner Karen Lissette. Property posted 6/9/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Court Officer Bernstein Sambard, City of Fort Lauderdale. It's case number CE 220410. I'm sorry. Case number CE 22040207. Property address 1200 Northwest 17th Ave. This property was inspected on April 6, 2022. Cited for the following violations: 9-304B complied. 9-306 exterior building walls, including soffits, fascia, have not been maintained in good repair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. Due to noncompliance on June 9, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. Pre-hearing inspection reveals the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. City is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
Please state your name for the record.
Monica Solsona.
Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
28, yes, 30, but 28, 30 is the same.
Okay.
I appreciate. Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 65. Inspector Rafael Santos. Case number CE 22050182. Case address 308 Southwest 14th Street. Owner ACS 322 LLC. This property was cited on 5/5/22 to comply by 5/5/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $200 accrued. One section not complied at $200 per day. $11,000 accrued. A total of $11,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Rafael Santos presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. KCE 22050182, address 308 Southwest 14th Street. The property was inspected on May 5th, and a citation was issued for Code Section 2427B, containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back onto an approved location. This is a repeat violation of KCE 22031238. The property was also cited for Section 24-29A for dumpsters overflowing. That violation came into compliance May 7th, 2022. The property was posted with a copy of the citation on May 5th, 2022. The property was re-inspected on May 7th, and the violation remained. I inspected the property again on May 12th, 2022, and the violation remained. In total, the property was inspected 8 times. Property was posted for a special magistrate on June 9th, 2022. The final inspection of the property was June 29th, 2022, and Code Section 24-27B remains in violation. The city is requesting the full amount of the citation to be imposed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name.
Jordan Brown, I'm the property manager for ACS 322.
Okay, was an appeal filed in this case?
It was, yes, on May 11th. We filed a appeal.
Okay.
I have a copy of the email.
We will check in.
Can we
Give
double
us one
check?
moment.
Do you have a copy of
I
what you filed?
I don't have a paper copy. I have the email that was sent.
Can you show
Yeah,
it?
yeah, sure.
Your Honor, give us 1 second. We'll recall the case.
Okay, I'm sorry. Give us a minute to double check.
While we are waiting, our next case is on page 50. For Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 21080080, case address 800 Northwest 22nd Road, owners Kamal and Shayla Hassan. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 5/12/22. 2 sections complied at $50 per day, $1,500 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Is there a respondent for 800 Northwest 22nd Road? Okay. Our next case then will be on page 51. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22040238. I'm sorry, no, CE 22040697, case address 2525 Marina Bay Drive West. Owner Falls at Marina Bay LP. This case was cited on 4/20/22 to comply by 4/20/22. 1 section complied at $250 per day, $13,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer presenting CE 22040697, property located at 2525 Marina Bay Drive West. An inspection was conducted on 4/20/22. Upon the inspection, the following violation was observed. 18-1, there is docks that are sunken in disrepair at this property that is creating a public nuisance and is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare. A citation was issued in the amount of $250 per day until the sunken docks have been removed from the waterway. A reinspection was conducted on 6/15/2022, and the violation was complied. All the docks were removed from the waterway and disposed of properly. It should be noted that the property management company immediately began work to remove the sunken docks the same week the citation was issued. The property paid premium prices in order to comply with the city's requests and finished the work much sooner than would have been expected for the scope of the work that needed to be done, including hiring cranes, scuba divers, dumpsters, haulers, and dumping fees. The property paid $7,486 for disposal services, $2,245 for diving services, $5,692 for crane services, totaling $15,423.50 in order to comply with the city's requests. At this time, the city is requesting to reduce the fine amount from $13,750 to a reduced fine amount of $1,700 to cover the costs of the inspections on the property.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
David Hoffman.
All right. Are you in agreement with 1,700?
I am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to recall the cases on page 65. The first one being CE 220500182. Case address 308 Southwest 14th Street, owner ACS 322 LLC, Inspector Rafael Santos. The property owner did send an appeal, but it was not for any of the cases on the agenda today. The case that you sent the appeal on was closed. It's an older case.
They were all related cases, though, no?
No.
We get like the letters in the mail.
Right. This case, the case that you sent the appeal on was closed back in January. These cases were opened in April. I'm sorry, not April. These cases were opened in May.
Yeah, and the appeal was filed, though, May 11th.
But the case you filed on was a closed case, so we were not aware of the appeal, is my point. We were not aware of the appeal because the case number you provided with us
So
already.
So it was the wrong case number.
Yes. And there are actually 3 cases.
I know, yeah, they're all related, the cases that I'm here about today. I understand
Okay,
that.
so what does the city want to do under these circumstances?
I would definitely ask for legal's opinion.
Yeah, so Your Honor, obviously, as Ms. Jordan stated, it's the wrong case number. So that means that there is no appeal for either of the cases on today's docket. And as Ms. Jordan also noted, unfortunately, the other case was from 4 months prior to these cases, which were just cited in May. So it would be the city attorney's position that there were no appeals filed for either of these matters, unfortunately.
From the May 11th email, though, I guess it was the wrong, I mean, I didn't even get a response back to the appeal, you know? Like, I didn't even know the status of the case. I just figured some kind of response if there was some kind of mistake or something, but,
Yeah.
I mean, it's trash companies. This is, and I promise we're trying, but,
Okay, what I would suggest to you, because unless the city wants to make an allowance, I have no discretion but to impose the fine because you didn't file the appeal in this case.
so could the
But you
city
can
make
take
an
it, don't talk while I'm
I'm sorry,
talking.
I apologize.
But you can take advantage of the lien reduction process and explain to me at that time that you filed the appeal, but you put the wrong case number on it, and I'll try to work with you at that point.
I appreciate that.
All
Your
right.
Honor, additionally, though, for the record, the first citation, there's still an element that's not complied.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
until that,
Yeah, you can't even file for a lien reduction until you comply the property.
Well, and again, I gotta, it's 4 fourplexes all right next to each other. They're all the same address, just different numbers, but I know they all blend together with the same violation. I want to try to get the clock to stop running on the fines, and I have evidence.
There's no way to do it today.
Yeah, no, I
The way
understand.
you do it is to comply the property,
Yeah,
and then the fines stop running.
and again, my reason for non-compliance is the trash companies. And I have evidence showing why it's a simple process. You
Yeah,
call the company.
Unfortunately, I can't even hear that evidence because I have no discretion but to impose the fine. So if you want to bring it in front of me for a lien reduction, I'll consider it then. But for right now, I have no alternative but to impose the fine. Okay, next case.
There's also another case on page 65, case number CE 22050180, case address 312 Southwest 14th Street, owner ACS 322 LLC. This case was cited on 5522 to comply by 5522 and 5622. Two sections complied at $200 per day, $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeals received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Rafael Santos presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. KCE 22050180, address 312 Southwest 14th Street. The property was inspected on May 5th, 2022, and a citation was issued for Section 24-27B for containers being left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. This is a repeat violation of KCE 22010471. The property was also cited under Section 24-29A. Dumpsters overflowing with trash, not maintained, causing trash to be scattered around the dumpster area. That code section came into compliance May 7th, 2022. The property was posted with a copy of citation on May 5th, 2022. The property was re-inspected on May 7th, 2022, and the violation remained. I inspected the property again on May 12th, 2022, and the violation remained. In total, the property was inspected 8 times. Property was posted for special magistrate on June 9th, 2022. The final inspection of the property was on May 26, 2022, where sections 27-27B came into compliance on May 26, 2022, and section 24-29A complied on May 7th, 2022. The city is requesting the full amount of the citation to be imposed.
Okay, sir. Again, we're
I got it.
back here. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to impose the fine, but file for the lien reduction. We'll see what we can do.
This one can move forward for lien reduction, just so you know, because you're in full compliance.
Yes.
I think, is there one more?
On page 46, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22040852, case address 316 Southwest 14th Street, owner ACS 322 LLC. This case was cited on 5522 to comply by 5622. One section not complied at $200 per day, $10,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
Inspector Rafael Santos presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22040852, address 316 Southwest 14th Street. The property was inspected on May 5th, 2022, and found and issued a citation for sections 24-27B. Containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. This is a repeat of case 22010445. It was also cited under section 24-29A. There's trash scattered about the dumpster. That came into compliance May 7th, 2022. The property was posted with a copy of the citation on May 5th, 2022. The property was re-inspected on May 7th, and the violation remained. I inspected the property again on May 12th, and the violation remained. In total, the property was inspected 8 times. Property was posted for special magistrate on June 9th, 2022. The final inspection of the property was on June 29th, 2022, and section 24-27B remains in violation. The city is requesting the full amount of citation to be imposed.
Okay, state your name again for the record.
Jordan Brown.
Okay, and no appeal was filed in this case, so I have to impose the fine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 50. Case number CE 21080080, case address 800 Northwest 22nd Road. Owner Kamal and Shala Hossein. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 5/12/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $1,500 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city, case number CE 21080080, case address 800 Northwest 22 Road. This case was first heard on March 24th, 2022, where the magistrate ruled in favor for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by May 12th, 2022. Violations were brought into compliance on May 28, 2022, after a couple meetings and phone calls with the owner and the manager. City's requesting full imposition of the fines.
Sir, please state your name. Good morning.
Kamal Hussain.
Okay. Can you tell me why you went over the allotted time?
Your Honor, I got 45 days and I thought because I had a contract, I thought it will be sufficient to do the job. We had to do the job 3 times in order to satisfy the city's code of compliance because there was tar that messed up the paint. So anyway, we made 3 times. I paid 3 times the bill. I have all the record. And in the meantime, another officer also gave citation for dumpster enclosure, and we had to correct that in 48 hours. So I always keep contacting with them, and they went to the properties 3 times. So that lasts about 14, 15 days, something like that. So I request to waive the fee, please, because I spent so much money for that.
Anything else?
No, if you're imposed to reduce the fines, the administrative costs for this were $810.
Okay. I will reduce to administrative costs of $810.
Still, it's a lot of money. Please consider it.
That's what the city, that's what your violation costs the city, so I think it's fair.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 57. Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE 21040220, case address 1011 Northwest 14th Street, owners Janie and James Houston. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 10/28/21. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. $17,800 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21040220. Property address 1011 Northwest 14th Street. This case was first heard on August 26, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violations on property. And on December 9th, 2021, for a second time, where the judge granted the 35 days extensions, and for a third time in January 27, 2022, the magistrate also granted the 21 days extensions. And lastly, on April 28, 2022, property owner was granted another 10 days extension. At this time, the property remains in violation, and the city is going to request for full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name.
James Houston.
Okay. Why is it taking so long to get this property in compliance?
Well, it's not taking so long, ma'am. I done what he asked me to do. Like when I was in the last time, I explained it to you. Where he wanted me to lay sod at. I laid the sod, but I explained it when I was in here. When you got rocks down on the ground, the rocks were there when I moved there. It was upside a fence, which people were driving up on it. But if rocks would come off the top of a roof, you cannot put no grass down there because it's not going to catch root. But I went and got the saw, I bought them up, and put it down there. He done came back by since I put the saw down there. I watered it, and he wanted me to go all the way out with it. And I went and got me another pad of saw the other day, and I done that. He wanted me to paint the roof. I had my whole house painted. So, you know, I'm not being funny, but what more is they asking for?
Okay, what about the vehicle that's still parked on the grass?
Well, there's no vehicle park on the grass. Only vehicle be parked on the grass or something, that's like out there in front of the, on the swale. And I'm gonna put it this way, well, the 4th of July coming up, if I got family or people coming over, where else they gonna park at? Where else they gonna park at? They can't park in the middle of the road.
Your Honor, if I may, I did speak to property owner, and Your Honor, the issue is for the driveway where the vehicle parked underneath the vehicle, you can see the gravel has grass and weeds that is going through it, and the last time I spoke with the property owner, I explained to him exactly where he needed to add additional grass, and pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 22nd, 2022, as depicted in the photos, and this violation remains, and the city will be imposed to no extension, and the fines to continue to accrue.
Okay, it doesn't appear to me that the car is actually on the grass in these photographs. Is,
Yeah. The Special Magistrate, Co-Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila, just to clarify that code section is usually, we usually use it for both parking on the grass and for the maintenance of the gravel that you see there on the parking, on the driveway. So what was cited was not for the parking on the grass, but really for the gravel that's in the driveway. So it just needs to be replenished with rocks, and the sod needs to be removed or killed. We're on the line.
okay, do you understand what you have to do to comply this case now?
I understand you, and I also understand him, but I done got sawed and laid the saw. I had to buy them up and put it on top of the rocks, and I done laid the saw, and I went back
Where
the other
did you
day.
lay the sod, in the swale area or in the driveway area?
It's not in no driveway area. It's right up against the fence that come down between my house and my neighbor's house. That's where the car was parking, and that's where the rocks were. But I done went and bought muck. I done went and bought the sod and laid the saw. I went and bought another pallet sod the other day, Monday, and laid it Monday evening.
Okay, all right, well, I'm gonna, he says that he's now laid sod in that area, so what I'm gonna do is to let impose the fines regarding the gravel, and I'll give you 10 days so the inspector can re-inspect and see that the sod is laid. If not, the fines will continue to accrue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure, sir.
Page 60. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 22040383, case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, number 424. Owner Bella Vista 424 LLC. This case was cited on 4/12/22 to comply by 4/27/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $12,400 accrued. The city requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement. Case CE 22040383 for property located at 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, Unit 424. This property was issued a citation on April 12th, 2022 for the following violation. 15-272.A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remained until compliance was met on June 29th when the property passed its vacation rental inspection. No appeal is fined. The city's requesting fines be imposed as read.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Frank Rubino, sister and her husband own the property.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
No, we received a letter stating that, there's a $200 a day fine, but nothing was checked off about within 15 days of the citation. We weren't sure the amount of time we actually had to take it.
15 days. It's on the citation, and unfortunately, if an appeal is not filed, like I've been telling everybody else, I have no alternative but to impose the fine. But you can go through a lien reduction process, and I'd be happy to hear any mitigating circumstances.
Everything's been taken care of with the property now, but still have to go through all that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry. So everything's been taken care of already with the property and full
Good.
compliance. So that fine is still levied until.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. That's why I encourage you to go through the lien reduction process. And then if there are mitigating circumstances, I might be able to be lenient at that time. But they gave me no discretion if you don't file an appeal at this level.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 46, Inspector Boverick-Xantis, case number CE22040382. Case address 1441 Northwest 22nd Street, 15. Owner 1440 to 1441 Northwest 22nd Street, LLC. This case was cited on 4/12/22 to comply by 4/14/22. One section complied at $250 per day. $6,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis is here on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read. Property was first inspected on April 12, 2022, and a violation was issued for the following, a citation was issued for the following violation. 18-1, there are 2 dumpsters that were overflown with trash and debris and furnitures on the ground around the dumpster at this property that is creating a public nuisance, and it is being maintained in such manner that property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. Citation was issued on the same day that violation was found. 48 hours was given to correct a violation on the property. No appeal was received. Property came into compliance on May 12, 2022, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name.
Chris Kennedy.
Okay, sir. Was an appeal filed in this case?
We dropped the ball on that.
Okay, all right.
From our office.
So unfortunately, I have to impose the fine, but you do have the lien reduction process should you decide to take advantage of it.
Okay, so there's nothing we can do today.
Nothing you can do today. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 17. Inspector Bernstein Sambard, case number CE22030939. Case address 1121 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Bethel Evangelical Baptist Church. Property posted 6/8/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bernstein Sambard, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE22030939. Property address 1121 Northwest 8th Ave. This commercial property was inspected on March 23rd, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 18-12A complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls has not been maintained. The exterior walls along Northwest 9th Ave and next to the corner store is discolored. Due to noncompliance, on June 8th, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection reveals the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. City is requesting 42 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
How many days?
42.
42 or $50 a day. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Patrick Drills, and I'm the pastor of Bethel Evangelical Baptist Church.
Welcome, Pastor. Can you bring this property into compliance within 42 days?
As I spoke with the inspector, our church is currently working on a construction project, and through through the last COVID, what was going on with COVID, we had to stop because the members are the ones who are funding the project. So the last 2 years we've been stuck. So we're trying to get ourselves back on completing the project. So as I mentioned to him, at least if we could have 60, 90 days to complete this because of the funding issues that we're working on.
Okay. Anything else?
63 days is fine.
Okay, 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 41. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22040705, case address 1606 Northwest 12th Court, owners Cedric and Dwayne Wright, property posted 6/11/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22040705, case address 1606 Northwest 12th Court. This property was first inspected on April 21st, 2022 by myself as part of a neighborhood improvement project, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. 9-304B has been complied. 9-278E, there are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows on this occupied residential property. 47-34 1.8.1 is complied. 9-308B is complied. Inspection report was mailed out to the owner listed on Broward County Property Appraiser records. Total of 6 inspections have been conducted on the property and the violations still exist. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist and 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 a day for each violation thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Cedric Wright.
Okay, city has asked me to enter a finding of fact that the violations exist and 28 days or $25 a day thereafter. Can you bring this property, the remaining violations, within 28 days?
Yes, but I got to ask a question here. Okay, when he said that things is still not up. Because because to what I got here, you're right. He stated that I have to move the boat. I moved the boat onto a concrete surface.
Right, we're not here anymore on the boat. You've
Okay.
complied with that. What we're here for is the landscaping, the dead and missing ground cover, and the hurricane shutters that are still on the windows when we don't have a storm coming.
I got one hurricane shutters up. That's all.
All right, well, it's got to come down.
Okay.
All right, so you have 28 days to do that and to finish the landscaping on the property.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 7, Inspector Paulette Delgrosso, case number CE 22020350, case address 825 Northeast 11th Street, owner Floorville, St. Louis, property posted 5/19/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Delgrosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The property was initially inspected on February 10th and cited for the following violation: 47-194D5. Bulk containers larger than 2 cubic yards located on corner properties are required to have an enclosure even if placed in an alley. My findings revealed there are 2 6-yard dumpsters on the corner lot in clear view. Despite being in an alley, the unkept dumpsters pose a nuisance to the community and are required to be in enclosures. I prepared an inspection report for mailing to the owner of record, along with a copy of the ordinance. A copy was also posted on site. To date, the dumpsters remain on site with no enclosure, while piles of clothes from the business continue to be exposed, thereby creating a nuisance. There is no record of an enclosure permit on file. Therefore, the city is requesting 35 days to cure or $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
This is Flavio St. Louis.
Okay. Can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
Can you give me 60 days for the closure?
Your Honor, I think it would be a good faith measure on Mr. St. Louis's part if he would file for the permit. But this issue's been going on for years in the neighborhood. The Civic Association is very vocal about their objection to seeing the huge amounts of clothes that are constantly falling out of the warehouse bays as well as the dumpsters, because it encourages more homeless people coming in. They pick the clothes out of the dumpster, they wander through the neighborhoods. And so as soon as he can get this going, as far as enclosing the dumpsters and cleaning up the corner property, the better.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give the 35 days. If you should run into a problem with the permit or whatever, contact the inspector. You can always request an extension, but we want to see that you're being diligent about this. Okay? 35 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 51. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22040728. Case address 508 Southwest 15th Street. Owner JDR Group LLC. This case was cited on 4/22/22 to comply by 5/7/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting a full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 22040728, property address 508 Southwest 15th Street. This property was initially inspected on April 22nd, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 15-272A is complied. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation has been complied. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name.
Ricardo Gonzalez. I'm one
Okay,
of the
and
owners.
Was appeal filed in this case?
No, actually, we never received any notification. My partner moved into the property, and he was out of the country, so that's why he couldn't take it off from the site. We never did any business with this or nothing.
Okay, but it's now complied, so obviously you got notice from somewhere.
I know, but he wasn't in the country, so that's why we never.
Well, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do but impose the fine. It's the property's owner responsibility to timely file an appeal if they have
But he called. He called and said, "I'm going to take care of that appeal," but we don't know anything.
No, sorry, there's nothing else I can do but impose the fine.
Just reduce a little bit.
I can't. That's what I've been telling everybody all morning long on these citation cases. If you do not file the appeal, I have no discretion but to impose the fine. That's how the code reads. So if you want to have a reduction, then you have to apply for a lien reduction, and that's a different process.
How long do we have to pay?
Pardon me?
How much longer do we have? How much time do we have to pay?
I'm not sure. You could see the clerk about that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 43. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 22020144. Case address 2672 Gulfstream Lane. Owner James Mertz. This case was cited on 2/3/22 to comply by 2/13/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $34,000 accrued. And this is a citation appeal. If the city should prevail, the city is requesting to impose the fines of $34,000, which will continue to accrue. And in addition, the $75 appeal fee.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22020144 in reference to the property 2672 Gulfstream Lane. This property was issued a citation on February 3rd, 2022 for the violation 18-4C. There is a derelict vessel docked at the rear of the property. The vessel, My Way, is in derelict conditions as per the definition of section 18-3 due to the overall state of neglect and missing or expired registration. Contact was made with the owner of the vessel, Mr. James, in February, and was advised of the conditions of the vessel which caused the violation. Furthermore, contact was made with the owner of the property, Mr. Mertz, who requested a reinspection on May 14, 2022. Reinspection was performed and the vessel remained in derelict conditions due to the state of neglect and missing registration. At this time, the owner complied with all requirements issued by the city as per the photos depict. However, a reinspection took place on June 23, 2022, of which other violations were discovered regarding the subject vessel. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of administrative costs to the sum of $580.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
David Kennedy, Judge. Good
All right. Or is your client in agreement with reduction to costs of $580?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Judge, one quick question. Are we still going to get hit with the $75 that you stated a little earlier?
I was assuming that was included in the $580.
It is not. The appeal fee is a separate cost.
Okay.
Is there any way we can waive the appeal fee?
No, I have to impose that, so.
Yes, Judge.
That would be $655.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 7. Inspector Paulette Delgrosso, case number CE 22020349, case address 1110 Northeast 8th Avenue. Owner MCCS Northeast 8th Avenue LLC in care of Kai Properties. The property was posted on 5/19/22 and posted at City Hall on 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Delgrosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addressor is read. This case is similar to the one we just heard. It's the property adjacent to Mr. St. Louis's property. This property was originally inspected on February 10th and cited for the following violation, 47-194D5. Bulk containers larger than 2 cubic yards located on a corner property are required to have an enclosure even if placed in an alley. My findings revealed there are 2 dumpsters larger than 2 yards on the corner lot in clear view, despite being in an alley. The unkept dumpsters pose a nuisance to the community and are required to be in enclosures. I prepared an inspection report for mailing to the owner of record along with a copy of the ordinance. To date, the dumpsters remain on site with no enclosure, and there's no record of an enclosure permit on file either. Therefore, the city is requesting 35 days to cure or $50 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Enrique Finol.
Okay, can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
I'd hope so, but I would like to request 60.
All right, well, let's start with the 35. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector, okay?
Will do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22031250, case address 967 Northwest 16th Terrace. Owner Scott Stringham. Property posted 6/9/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22031250. Case address 1500 North. Oh, sorry, this is wrong one. Reading the wrong thing. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Bear with me 1 second, I apologize. Internet's slow. Bringing it up right now. It's just a little slow, the internet. I got it. Oh, still the wrong one. Still the wrong one.
We'll recall the case.
Sorry, sir. There's been a little confusion. Give us a few minutes. No problem. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 68. Inspector Bernstein Sambard, case number CE 211-00166. Case address 1614 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Damian Williams. This case was first heard on 5/10/22 to comply by 6/7/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day. $1,400 accrued. This was initially a request for an extension, but it's come into compliance, and I'll leave it up to the code officer's discretion.
City of Lauderdale, Code Officer Bernstein Sambard, case number CE 211-00166, property address 1614 Northwest 8th Ave. Mr. Williams, would you like to waive your rights for a Massey hearing?
I'm sorry?
He's asking you if you would like to waive your rights to a Massey hearing. Basically, the Massey hearing is the hearing to impose fines. Because we did not notice you as a Massey, you have to waive your right to notice, meaning we can hear your case today. If you don't, we would have to reschedule you, and you'd have to come back again.
Yes.
Thank you.
This property was first heard on May 10th, 2022, given 28 days to comply. Property was out of compliance on two violations for 14 days in the amount of $1,400. As of today, all violations are in compliance. Mr. Williams have worked diligently to get the property back into the compliance. It is in the city's position to impose administrative costs as read in the total of $626.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Damian Williams.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Are you in agreement with the reduction to hard costs of $626?
If possible, can that be reduced or waived?
Why did it take so long? Why were you out of compliance for 2 weeks?
There was a lot of renovation that had to be done on the inside. During the renovation, found there was termite damage. Had to remove walls, get it tented, replace the walls, so a lot of hiccups.
All right, I'll reduce it to $400.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We're recalling the case on page 36 with Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 2203150.
Morning, Your Honor. I apologize. I had incorrect paperwork. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 31st, 2022 by myself following a neighbor complaint, and these violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a repeat violation of previous case CE 18050916. 9-304B, the concrete asphalt driveway at this property is in disrepair. There are cracks damaged throughout the surface and it is stained with dirt oil. This is a repeat violation of previous case number CE 18050916 and CE 19010636. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation of previous case number CE 18050916. 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which are not secured and damaged and have bent missing poles. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof, which is also stained with dirt. 18-12A, there is overgrowth of grass, plants, weeds, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on this property and/or its swale. This is a repeat violation of previous case numbers CE 18050916 and CE 19010636. 47-19.9, there is outdoor storage at this property that is not permitted per the ULDR of this RD15 residential zone property, including but not limited to refrigerator, chair, tires, engine, parts, buckets, and miscellaneous items. Inspection report was posted on the property and mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 7 inspections have been conducted on this property and the violations still exist. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist for the fines to begin as of the date originally cited for the repeat violations. For the remaining violations, 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Scott Stringham.
Okay.
In the year 2018, when the original case went out, I was having my lung removed, my right lung for lung cancer, which was, I was in the hospital for a month and then recuperating after that. But I still had the house, done by that tenant. When the complaint was made with the lady across the street, a new tenant had just moved in. If you saw the pictures, he had pulled a refrigerator out of his other house and he was washing it out in the carport. And that's all the stuff that was in the carport they had. If he would have went by the next day, that was already, everything was cleared out of the carport and cleaned up. I did try to meet with Mr. Clintero, but I guess he was really busy 2 Saturdays ago, in which I waited there the whole day. He never showed up, so I guess he was doing something else. And then that's why I'm here today. I'm asking for an extension where I can sit down and do a walkthrough and he can show me what he's talking about, clarify, and I'll immediately have it fixed.
Well, which are the repeat violations again?
The repeat violations were 9-306, 9-304B, 9-305B, 18-12A. So for those, because they're repeat violations, we're requesting that fines begin from the date they were cited, which is March 31st, 3/31.
Okay, and how much fines are you requesting?
$50 per each violation. And then for the other violations that are not repeat, 28 days to come into compliance or $50 a day.
Okay, anything else you want to add?
Well, the same time that happened, I went back to the hospital for pneumonia, or not pneumonia, but the flu type A, and that's why. Otherwise, I would have got to him a lot faster. I've been having to stay in bed and restrict what I can do, because if I get pneumonia, I'm only living on my little lung here, so I don't have full function of what I have to do to survive.
Okay. All right, is in 28 days for the chain link fence and the outdoor storage, you said the outdoor storage has already been removed?
That was done the same day when he had posted the letter on there. They had called me and I said, you need to get that whatever, and they finished cleaning the refrigerator and put it in the house, and that's all. That's why the refrigerator is out there. There's a refrigerator and they had a block that was in the van. I had to move the van out of there, etc.
Okay, on the
What I basically want to do now, if I can just have extension of time where I can meet with him at the property so we can walk through whatever he says, it'll be fixed immediately and then it's done. And then we'll come back here and address that.
Okay, on the repeat violations, I'm going to grant the finding of fact, but I'll only impose $25 fine. And on the remaining violations, 28 days or $50 a day thereafter. Okay, next case. He'll come
Thank you.
out.
All right.
You can make an appointment with him to come out, yes.
Our next case is on page 64. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 22040416. Case address 416 Southwest 11th Court. Owner Stuart L. Reynolds. This case was cited on 4/21/22 to comply by 5/6/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $4,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22040416 for the property located at 416 Southwest 11th Court. This property was issued a citation on April 21st, 2022 for the following violation: 15-272.A. The property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remained until compliance was met on May 31st, 2022. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Stuart Reynolds.
Okay, was an appeal filed in this case?
The only letter I received was the letter on, I live in Washington, D.C., and the only letter I received in compliance was 6/9/22. That's the only correspondence I've received. But I thought I was in compliance because I got a State of Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulations, Division of Hotel, Restaurant, Single Vacation Rental Dwelling. I've had this for 5 years, and I renew it every year. I thought that was what was required.
Unfortunately, if you have not filed an appeal, I cannot give you any relief today.
Correct.
You can take advantage of the lien reduction process, and then I'd be happy to hear any mitigating circumstances that you have.
Okay. Now, I've been paying taxes on the vacation rental every year. I have receipts of what I've been paying taxes.
I'll let the inspector explain to you the difference between the business license and the other things that you had to comply with. And I assume that if you're now in compliance, you understand that there were additional things that were required.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a letter from Broward Records, Taxes, and Treasury, and said I needed to pay a tourist development tax fee for vacation rental, and I paid that. And that's the first time I've heard from them in 5 years.
Okay, I'll let you speak to the inspector
Okay.
about what else.
Yes.
So we're clear, we don't have any repeat of this.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 69. Inspector Bo Rigzantis. Case number CE 211-00237. Case address 1540 Northwest 15th Terrace. Owner William Ford III. This case was first heard on 4/28/22 to comply by 6/30/22. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day.
69.
Fines are due to start on July 1st, 2022, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21100237, property address 1540 Northwest 15 Terrace. This case was first heard in April 28, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violation. This is a hearing to request an extension. Property owner is here, so I would let him speak at this time.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record and let me know why you need the extension.
William Ford III. I'm asking for an extension because the only thing I have left is the sod to put down. I've put quite a few. I've had the roof repaired. It's been painted.
How much time do you think you need?
If I can get 60 days, that'd be good.
Yeah, Your Honor, city will not be imposed to 63 days extension.
Okay, 63-day extension.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 13. Inspector Boverick Xantus. Case number CE211-10563. Case address 1840 Lauderdale Manor Drive. Owner Adonis Carter. Personal service was given to this property on 6/20/22 and posted at City Hall on 6/16/22.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the case number, please?
CE211-10563.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE2111-0563. Property address 1842 Lauderdale Manor Drive. Property was first inspected in November 5th, 2021 by Inspector Paulette Delgrosso, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-308A, there are multiple broken missing roof tiles. The roof is not in good repair and is not weathertight or watertight. Violation 9-313.A, the property is not identified by an approved address numbers. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 47-34.4.B.1. There's overnight parking of commercial vehicle and or watercraft at this location. And violation 18-1, there's outdoor storage on this property, including but not limited to chairs, coolers, dog cage stored under the carport at this property and is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or may threatens or endangers the public health or safety or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. Violation 9-306, the exterior buildings walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, there are area of dead and there are area of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. A notice of hearing was posted on property on 6/20/22, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/23/2022. Revealed that violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 42 days to correct all violations, or a fine of $25 per day each day thereafter for each violation.
Please state your name for the record.
Adonis Carter.
Okay.
Alexandra Carter, I'll be speaking. I'm dealing with it.
All right. Can you bring this property into compliance within 42 days?
Everything's in compliance. All of that, all of those vehicles been gone months ago.
Okay.
The whole yard's been resodded. The whole house been repainted. There was never peeling paint, just faded after being older. There's none of that there, so I'm not sure what reinspection they did. It's actually that's about the closest to the newest picture.
Well, this picture was taken 6/23.
That's the only picture taken. Right there, 6/23 is the only picture that's valid. Since then, the whole yard's been resodded.
Okay,
The
all right.
whole house been
So what I'm going to
repainted.
do is I'm going to grant the 42 days, and in the meantime, the inspector will go out and re-inspect once again and make sure everything's in compliance, okay?
Can I just show you the pictures right now so we could just close it out? Because it's done.
I think you have to physically go to the property.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah. I
Okay.
agree.
Yeah,
All
so
right, sorry.
40, how many days or whatever?
I'm just going to give 42 days because that's what the city asked for, but
Okay.
I'm sure he'll be out before then.
Okay, great.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 58. Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE 211-00402, case address 1201 Northwest 11th Court, owner Asset Equity Holdings LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/31/22, suspended 5/26/22 to 6/30/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 is accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,100 accrued. A total of $7,700 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violations.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21-100402, property address 1201 Northwest 11th Court. Case was first heard on February 24, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city and property owners. Owner was requested 35 days to correct all violation at the property. And on May 26, 2022, for a second time where the judge granted a 35 days extension, a pre-hearing inspection was conducted this morning, early in the morning, which pictures are not in the hearing case right now, but pictures were taken and show that all violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Okay, is this turning into a Massey hearing?
Oh.
It was always a Massey hearing.
Oh. But now everything's complied, okay. Why were you out of compliance, ma'am, for all that time?
Good morning, Judge.
Morning. State your name for the record.
My name is Bernadette Waysome, and I'm the owner of the property. I had a lot of repairs to be done on the property. And when it was just after the pandemic that the officer told me that, you know, there were so many things that needed to be done there. And we had done a whole lot of work on the property because it was a property that passed on to me from my mom who died. And, you know, the whole property needed to be repaired, and we did quite a bit of repair. And I was really out of money when the officer told me all the things I need to be done. However, I was able to pull funds from friends and family, and we were able to get, we spent thousands of dollars getting the grass done. And the officer had told me that I could gravel the front, and I did that. And the swale, that I could put gravel on the swale. When I put the gravel on the swale, he told me at the last hearing that I needed to get a permit for that. And we had also applied for a fence permit. So when I went to get the permit for the gravel, for the swale, they told me that has to be attached to the fence permit, and that, you know, it was just back and forward. It would just take so much. So I decided to move the gravel and put the ground cover, the sod, which was a whole lot of more money to be done. However, I did it because they said that was the only thing I needed to be in complete compliance. And as soon as, initially when we had some cars parked there, and as soon as, you know, he told us that, you know, we need to move those, we moved them. We sold what to be sold, and we started getting all the work done. So, and we came into compliance, or we started to work towards compliance. And I had called the inspector's supervisor, because the inspector initially told me that I have like 2 months to become in compliance. But after 1 month, I think he had a hearing or something like that. And, I didn't even know about the hearing. Anyway, the supervisor looked at his records and he said, yes, we did offer you 2 months, so we will, we'll honor that. And he gave me, the initial 2 months that was requested.
Okay. Do we know what city costs are in this matter?
718. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You know what city costs are in this matter?
City cost is $718.
Okay. I'm going to reduce the fine to city costs of $718.
Thank you. Thank you,
Your
Judge.
Honor.
Our next case is on page 45, Inspector Christina Caserta, case number CE21020954, case address 2886 Northeast 26th Place. Owner PBFT Realty LLC. This case was first heard on 10/12/21 to comply by 10/19/21, 10/22/21, 11/16/21, and 12/14/21. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. There are 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $25,100 is accrued. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $9,900 is accrued. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $5,350 is accrued. A total of $40,350 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue on the non-complied violations.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christina Caserta, Co-Compliance Officer on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE21020954 for the property located at 2886 Northeast 26th Place. Excuse me. This case initially came before Special Magistrate Purdy on October 12, 2001, where evidence was presented and Special Magistrate Purdy found in favor of the city. At the imposition of fine hearings on January 9th and April 12th, extensions were granted by Your Honor to the previous owner, which was U.S. Bank National Association. Last month, on May 23rd, this property was sold by U.S. Bank to a new owner, PBFT Realty LLC, which I verified with the Broward County Property Appraiser's records. The new owner has diligently improved the entire property, and all violations cited in this case have been abated. The case was originally opened on February 26, 2021, and a total of 24 inspections have been done. The notice of hearing was posted at the property on June 8th. Notices have been mailed to the owner of record as reflected by the Broward County Property Appraisers. For the record, the following violations were inspected as follows. Section 18-12, verified compliance on April 11th, 2022, which was by the bank. Section 8-91C, dilapidated dock, verified compliance on June 19th, 2022, the dock was removed. Section 9, 280G, dock electrical supply, verified compliance on June 9th, 2022, the conduit was removed along with the dock. Section 18-11A, the pool, verified compliance on June 22nd, 2022. The pool was drained, resurfaced with new tiles. Section 9-305B, the dead ground cover, verified compliance yesterday on June 29th, 2022. The sod, trees, and shrubs were planted. I would like to introduce the case file and photos into evidence. As a side note, all the neighbors have approached me and said they're thrilled with the changes on this property. Currently, reduction of fines in the amount of $8,130 is being requested by the city.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Abby Spencer.
Okay, Ms. Spencer, are you in agreement with the reduction of the fine from $40,350 to $8,130?
No. Well, because the new owner, he purchased the property on May 23rd, and since May 23rd, he's put over $300,000 worth of renovations into this property within 37 days of purchasing the home. So he's went above and beyond the requirements or the violations.
Was money escrowed from the closing for these violations?
No, ma'am.
All right. In light of the fact that you've been so diligent, I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,500.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're going to have a brief recess.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 2 with Captain Robert Karsarwich. Case number FC 22050004. Case address 801 Southwest 4th Court. Owner Weber Investment Properties LLC. Property posted 6/8/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Costello,
Afternoon.
Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case FC 22050004 for a property address of 801 Southwest 4th Court. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 113.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system is in need of service, and Broward County Board of Rules and Appeals F-103.2.5 unable to gain entry to perform fire safety inspection. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 8. Senior Inspector Dorian Coloan. Case number CE 22050010. Case address 3017 Alhambra Street, numbers 1 through 5. Owner DC Fort Lauderdale 1 Property LLC. Property posted 6/9/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good afternoon. Senior Inspector Coloyan for case number CE 22050010, 37, address 3017 Alhambra Street. This property was first inspected on April 28th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 651.1, artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale, and there are lights illuminating the building or can be seen through the openings of the windows and doors that are not in compliance with the sea turtle lighting. 651.2, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The lights are illuminating the building or can be seen from the parking garage and or the security lighting, as well as from doors and or windows. 651.3, there's artificial light that's illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There is there's signage facing south that is in the line of sight from the beach. A copy of the inspection report was posted and mailed to the owner on record per BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. Also for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, which is on October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of sale of the property. The city is requesting, requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day until the end of sea turtle season or until the violation comes into compliance.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 9. Case number CE 22050012. Case address 3021 Alhambra Street. Owner DC Fort Lauderdale 1 Property LLC. Property posted 6/9/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Senior Inspector Coloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22050012, address 3021 Alhambra Street. This property was first inspected on 4/28/2022, and the following violations were observed. 651.1, there is artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are lights illuminating the building and or can be seen through the openings of the windows and doors, and that they are not in compliance with sea turtle lighting. 651.2, there's artificial lights that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are lights that are illuminating the building and or can be seen from the parking garage and or security lighting, as well as from the doors and or windows. A copy of the inspection report was posted, mailed a copy to the owner on record per BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. The violation remains as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. Also, for the record, per section 653, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, which ends October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of sale of the property. The city is requesting 10 business days to comply or a fine of $50 a day until the end of sea turtle season or until the violation comes into compliance.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 9, case number CE 22050013, case address 3029 Alhambra Street, owner DC Fort Lauderdale 1 Property LLC, property posted 6/9/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Senior Inspector Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22050013, case address is 3029 Alhambra Street. This property was first inspected on 4/28/2022, and the following violations were observed. 651-1, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are lights illuminating the building and or can be seen through the openings in doors and windows. They are not in compliance, that are not in compliance with sea turtle lighting. 651-2, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are lights that are illuminating the building and or can be seen from the parking garage and or security lighting, as well as from doors and or windows. Copy of inspection report was posted, mailed a copy to the owner on record per BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. Also for the record, per section 653, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days. Thereafter, or a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, which is October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of the property. The city is requesting 10 business days to comply, or a fine of $50 a day until the end of the sea turtle season, or until the violation comes into compliance.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 10, Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22040642, case address 1133 Northwest 2nd Street, owner CDH Management LLC, property posted 6/9/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Senior Inspector Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22040642, case address 1133 Northwest 2nd Street. This property was first inspected on April 19th, 2022. The following violations were observed. 24-7B has been complied. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is falling down and missing support poles. And this is also a recurring violation. The previous case is CE 2006-0671 and also CE 2006-0820. And this will proceed to magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing. The city is requesting the finding of fact that the violation does exist and 10 days to comply, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case on page 10, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22040747, case address 1301 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Naomi Raphael, property posted 6/15/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good afternoon. Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22040747, property located at 1301 Southwest 31st Ave. An inspection was conducted on 4/21/22. Upon inspection, the following violations were observed: dead or missing ground cover on the front yard, swale, rear yard, and side yard. Gravel driveway has weeds growing through the gravel. A reinspection was conducted on 5/13/22, and the property remained in violation. As of 6/23/22, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22030125. Case address 3058 West Broad Boulevard. Owner Glad Realty Corp. Property posted 6/15/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case number and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 3/2/22. Upon the inspection, the following violations were observed. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to fascia, soffits, and walkway coverings. Reinspection was conducted on 5/18/22. The property remained in violation. As of 6/23/22, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 11. Case number CE 22040274. Case address 2206 Southwest 13th Street. Owner Ning Chishi and Husui Shihichu. Property posted 6/2/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 4/7/22. Upon inspection, the following violation was observed. 9-304B, driveway and driveway approach is damaged and has cracks and missing pieces. A reinspection was conducted on 5/12/22, and the property remained in violation. As of 6/24/22, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 12. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22040587. Case address 1004 Southwest 4th Avenue. Owner Abdul Rahimi. Property posted 6/8/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 4/19/22. Upon the inspection, the following violation was observed. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Fence is broken and missing panels, chipped paint, and is leaning over in some places. A reinspection was conducted on 5/27/22. The property remains in violation. As of 6/23/22, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case on page 12, Inspector Boverick Xantis. Case number CE 22031013. Case address 1700 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner Ofradar. Property posted 6/20/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 22031013. Property address 1700 Northwest 15th Ave. This property was first inspected on March 23rd, 2022. And the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area. Notice of hearing was posted on property in June 2022. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted in June 29, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. Have been in touch with the property owner, Mr. Morrow. I explained to him that 28 days will be requested at the hearing, or fine of $50 per day for the violation to come to compliance.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 21080173. Case address 649 Northwest 22nd Road. Owner May Properties LLC. Property posted 6/9/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on August 5th, 2021 by Inspector Exanis, reference a neighborhood improvement project, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swale. 47-19.4.D.8 is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 47-20.20.H is complied. Inspection report was posted and also mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 9 inspections have been conducted on this property, and those violations referenced still exist. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist and 35 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 a day for each violation there.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 16, Inspector Bernstein Sambard. Case number CE 22030441. Case address 120 Northwest 16th Street. Owner Northwest 16th Street Land Trust, number 120 Trust, Florida Trust Services LLC trustee. Property posted 6/16/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Code Inspector Bernstein Sambard, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 22030441. Property address 120 Northwest 16th Street. This property was inspected on April 2nd, 2022, cited for the following violations. 18-7B, this property has installed boards on the windows without the required city board up certificate. Due to noncompliance on June 16, 2022, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. There are no permits on file for boarding up windows. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. City is requesting 28 days to comply, or a fine of $50 per day per violation be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 18, Inspector Bernstein Sambard. Case number CE 22041022. Case address 505 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Q Club Resort and Residences. Property posted 6/15/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Officer Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 22041022. Property address 505 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was inspected on April 14, 2022, cited for the following violations. There is artificial light that is illuminating the beach of Fort Lauderdale. There are multiple window lights which can be seen from the beach. Due to noncompliance on June 16, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requested 10 days to comply, or a fine of $50 per day per violation be imposed thereafter. Also, for the record, per section code 653, if the magistrate find the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcement agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external light sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or the fine may be assessed against the violator with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, October 31, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and is not recovered. And if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of the property.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Bernstein, Sambard. Case number CE22040131. Case address 1130 Northwest 5th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Elijah Bell Holdings LLC. Property posted 6/8/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Bernstein, Sambard, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancements, case number CE22040131. Property address 1130 Northwest 5th Ave. This property was inspected on April 5th, 2022, cited for the following violations. 9-304B complied. 9-305B complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls, including the fascia and soffit, have not been maintained in good repair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. 9-280H, there is accessory structure violation at this property. The ceiling on the porch of Unit B is not being maintained in good repair, as it has missing parts. 9-307A, the back door at Unit B is not secure in a tight-fitting and weatherproof manner. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this property, including but not limited to tires being stored. Due to non-compliance on June 9th, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE22030368. Case address 648 Northeast 3rd Avenue. Owner We Florida Financial. Property posted 5/21/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE22030368 for the property located at 648 Northeast 3rd Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on March 9th of 2022 and cited for the following violations. 18-12A complied. 47-20.20.H. The parking facility is not maintained at the property. It has cracks and potholes and deteriorating stripes and not graded in a smooth condition. A courtesy notice was issued. It was posted on the property and mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA via first class mail on March 9th of 2022, allowing 10 days to comply. Contact has been made with the tenant and also with the property owners, which is We Financial, the property owners. And they have, and I have explained to them how to come into compliance. Special Magistrate request form sent on March 11, 2022 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 27th. The pictures presented here are taken to confirm that violations still exist. The city is requesting the following: 63 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for the violation that exists. Photo submitted into record for evidence.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case on page 26, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE22030805. Case address 831 Northwest 7th Terrace, number 2. Owner Iron Gate 1 LLC. Property posted 5/21/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
I'm sorry, what is that address, ma'am?
831 Northwest 7th Terrace.
Let me double check. I think that address is under, I think it's complied, but let me double check on that, please. 831.
Okay, we'll come back. Our next case is on page 27. Case number CE 22040172. Case address 723 Northwest 19th Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner House Hunter Series 1 LLC in care of Harvard Business Services, Inc. Property posted 5/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 22040172 for the property located at 723 Northwest 19th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on April 6th of 2022 and cited for the following violation. 18-1 nuisance. There's miscellaneous trash, rubbish, and debris at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Courtesy notice was posted and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA First Class Mail on April 6th of 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Your Honor, unfortunately, nobody has contacted the officer or the office in regards to this property. Special magistrate request form was sent on April 20th of 2022 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 27th, and the pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations still exist. City is requesting the following: 28 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that still exists. Photo submitted into record for evidence.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22040536. Case address 1518 Southeast Second Court. Owner Paula Loggins and James Jeter. Property posted 6/7/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 22040536 for the property located at 1518 Southeast Second Court. Inspection of the property was performed on April 14th, 2022, and cited for the following violation. 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant property and on its swale. Courtesy notice was posted and also mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA First Class Mail on April 14, 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. I have been in contact with the property owner prior to this case, but in regards to this case, the property owner has not contacted the officer. Special magistrate request form sent on April 27th of 2022 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on June 27th of this year, and the pictures here taken to confirm the violations still exist. City's requesting 28 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $25 for the violation that exists. Photo submitted into record for evidence.
So ordered.
Yeah.
Our next case is on page 30. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22030605. Case address 900 Southeast 6th Court. Owner Julian and Chad Whitaker. Property posted 6/7/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
If you recall the case for 824 Southeast 6th Court, this is the neighbor next door in regards to the same issue that they have with the swale, with the city, and with the landscaping. So it's basically the same case.
Okay.
Except for this case is CE 22030605, located for 900 Southeast 6th Court. Inspection of the property was performed on March 14th and cited for the following violation. 9-305A, there is landscaping material that was placed on the property encroaching upon the public right-of-way or sidewalk area. 25-100, the landscaping was planted on the public right-of-way without the first obtaining the required engineering and landscaping permits from the city. Courtesy notice was issued and posted and mailed to the property owner as per BCPA via First Class Mail on March 14, 2022, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner, and the property is also doing due diligence by obtaining a landscaping permit from engineering and landscape itself. So they are doing the same thing. They're doing their due diligence. special magistrate request form was done on April 22nd, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on June 27, 2022, and the pictures presented here is to confirm the violations still exist. I want to ask the same courtesy for this property for 91 days or $25 for the violation that exists. Photo submitted into evidence, Your Honor.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And on page 26,
The address for 831 Northwest 7th Terrace, that is in compliance, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 30, Inspector Bernstein Sambard, case number CE 22040509, case address 1445 Northwest First Avenue, owners Marie and Natalia DeSouza, property posted 6822, posted at City Hall 61622.
City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, Officer Bernstein Sambard, case CE 22040539, property address 1445 Northwest First Ave. This property was inspected on April 16, 2022, cited for the following violations. Currently, the only violation remaining is 9-304B. The area of the gravel driver is worn. There has been progress made. I will let the owner know that it's a few more gravel that needs to be added to be in compliance. Due to non-compliance on June 8, 2022, notice of hearing was posted on the property. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. City is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 30, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22010818, case address 203 Northwest 11th Avenue, owner 203 Northwest LLC, property posted 61122, posted at City Hall 61622.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., presenting on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on January 29, 2022 by previous Inspector Lopez following a neighbor complaint, and the following violation was observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Inspection report was mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 7 inspections have been conducted on the property, and the violation still exists. The property owner could not be present for today's hearing. However, we have been in constant communication, and we have agreed that the violations do exist, and they agreed on 63 days to come into compliance or $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 31, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 21070928, case address 2316 Northwest 9th Court, owner John W. Watson Estate, property posted 6922, posted at City Hall 61622.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on July 24th, 2021 by previous Inspector Gibson following a neighbor complaint, and the following violations were observed. 9-280B, there are exterior building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained in need of paint and or pressure wash. This includes but is not limited to walls, columns, and doors. 9-313.A, the property is not identified by approved address numbers. 9-304B, the driveway is in need of maintenance. There are areas with cracks and stains that need repair. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside non-covered electrical meter box. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. Inspection report hand-delivered and also mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 11 inspections have been conducted on the property, and the violations still exist. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist in 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 32, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 211-20107, case address 1624 Northwest 7th Street, owner Majog 7 Group LLC, property posted 6922, posted at City Hall 61622.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on December 8th, 2021 by previous Inspector Lopez following a supervisor complaint. The property was recited by myself per the request of the supervisor on April 6, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth of grass, plants, weeds, trash, rubbish, litter, furniture, and debris on the property and/or its swale. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-304B has been complied. 18-4C has been complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1, the wood fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are areas which are not secured, have damaged or missing fence slats. 9-308B, the roof is stained with dirt or another element which is not permanent. 47-19.9, there is outdoor storage at this property, including but not limited to oven, couches, chair, and miscellaneous items. Inspection report was posted to the property and also mailed out to the owners listed on BCPA records. A total of 9 inspections have been conducted on the property and the violations still exist. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist in 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 33. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 211-20445, case address 512 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Huizinga 512 Land Trust, property posted 6/11/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
That case is in compliance.
Our next case, case number CE 211-10738, case address 872 Northwest 16th Terrace, owner Inshan Ali, property posted 5/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Also in compliance.
Our next case is on page 34. Case number CE 22-020137, case address 831 Northwest 14th Way, numbers 1 through 2, owner Yossi Asaf, property posted 5/21/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on February 4th, 2022 by myself following a neighbor complaint, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, the driveway at this property is in disrepair, cracked and stained with dirt. There is also a section which has been repaired. The striping was not redone and it is missing a wheel stop. 24-27B has been complied. 18-12A has been complied. Inspection report posted and mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. A total of 12 inspections have been conducted on this property and the violations still exist. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist in 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case, case number CE 220-20932, case address 1050 Northwest 6th Street, owner 1050 Northwest 6th Street LLC, property posted 6/15/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on February 24, 2022 by previous Inspector Lopez during routine inspections of the area, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and balconies, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 47-19.4.C.2, the placement, storage of containers, receptacles, or dumpsters that service private property upon or in any street, alley, or public right-of-way is unlawful. They are not being screened from view or stored behind the front building line. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 6 inspections have been conducted on the property and the violations still exist. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist in 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 220-20934, case address 1500 Northwest 6th Street, owner Ali Almadi, property posted 6/11/22, posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on February 25th, 2022 by previous Inspector Lopez during routine inspections of the area, and the following violations were observed. 24-29A, there is trash scattered about the dumpster enclosure. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffits, and balconies are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total of 6 inspections have been conducted on this property and the violations still exist. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist and 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 37. Case number CE 22030745. Case address 957 Northwest 16th Avenue. Owner George Frazier Estate. Horace Frazier Estate. Property posted 6/11/22. Post at City Hall 6/16/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 17, 2022 by Inspector Exantis following a neighbor complaint. On March 30th, a full inspection of the property was conducted by myself and these violations were observed. 18-12A has been complied. 47-34 1.8.1 is complied. 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections where the fence is damaged, not secured, and has bent poles. There is also a gate which is not secured and leaning against the property. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-307A is complied. 9-304B is complied. Inspection report was amended on March 31st, 2022 and posted as well as mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. Total 9 inspections have been conducted on the property and the violations still exist. I met with both the property owner and tenant who couldn't be at today's hearing. They agreed that the city is going to request a finding of fact that the violations exist and 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 39. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22030578. Case address 2210 Northwest 7th Court. Owner Lauderdale 1 LLC. Property posted 6/10/22. Posted at City Hall 6/16/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 11, 2022 by myself during routine inspections of the area and the following violations were observed. 47-19.4.D.8. The dumpster enclosure at this property is not being maintained. There is trash and debris within and around the enclosure. The dumpster lids are open and the gates to the enclosure are open and not secured. 18-12A has been complied. 9-306 has been complied. 47-20.20.H has been complied. Inspection report was posted as well as mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. I've been in constant contact with the property manager. However, this violation remains and is not being addressed on a frequent basis. A total of 12 inspections have been conducted on the property and the violation still exists. City is requesting a finding of fact the violation exists and 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 47. I'm sorry. You wrote on my thing that it's withdrawn, Paulette. Our next case is on page 47. Case number CE 22010332. Case address 350 East State Road 84. Owner Federal 627 in LLC. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/3/22. Suspended 5/26/22 to 6/30/22. One section complied at $50 per day. $2,200 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22050156. Case address 900 West Sunrise Boulevard. Owner JN and Sons Realty LLC. This case was cited on 5/5/22 to comply by 5/6/22. One section complied at $250 per day. $3,000 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22050352. Case address 830 Northwest 19th Terrace. Owner DOR Real Estate LLC. This case was cited on 5/18/22 to comply by 5/19/22. Two sections complied at $200 per day. $400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 48, case number CE 22010357, case address 2329 Northwest 14th Court, owner KNJ Divine LLC. This case was first heard on 3/8/22 to comply by 1/15/22. One section complied at $100 per day, $5,900 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
Case number CE 19061768, case address 425 Northeast 8th Street, owner Ralph Lynch. This case was first heard on 3/25/21 to comply by 4/5/21 and 9/3/21. Suspended 12/9/21 to 6/16/22. One section not complied. One section complied at $25 per day, $6,125 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
So ordered.
Your Honor, ladies, this is the case, case number CE 19061768, if may I?
Sure.
The city's requesting the following in regards to that case, Your Honor. We're asking for a 6 months extension, a stay of fines on that particular case. The city's still doing engineering, still doing some inspections on that area. So we're asking for 182 days, 6 months of stay of fines as well, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, so,
Violation
okay, for the-
9-304B.
Right, there are no fines for,
Right, so you're asking for an extension for 9-304B.
Yes, 180
Yes,
days.
that is correct.
but the imposition under 1812.
No,
He asked for
for
the fines to
the,
be stayed during that
But they're in
time.
compliance. Under 1812A, they're in compliance. According to the agenda.
there is a fine, that has been running for quite some time, but engineering has asked us to stay of fines for the moment, and for 6 months extension.
But on the trash, litter, and debris, we want a stay for 6
No,
months?
no, that
Okay.
has been complied.
Right, so we're imposing for that component, and then we're giving an extension on the 304B?
Lauderdale, compliance supervisor, can we just continue the case for that amount of time and not impose it at this point in time? Because, engineering is requesting this because it's a city request, and if we were going to impose, we would have told the property owners of that in advance, and they would have been able to come in and
Okay,
state their case or bring any arguments before you.
all right, we'll stay it.
Sorry for the confusion. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 50. For case number CE 22030492, the city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines from May 26, 2022.
So ordered.
On page 50, case number CE 22020261, case address 1548 Southwest 5th Place, number 2, owner 101 Riverside Realty Group LLC. This case was cited on 3/16/22 to comply by 3/31/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $9,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Next case is on page 51, case number CE 22040238, case address 2525 Marathon Lane, owner 2525 Fort Lauderdale LLC. This case was cited on 4/7/22 to comply by 4/8/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 52. Case number CE 22040551, case address 3050 Northeast 43rd Street, owner Nikki Real Estate, Inc., in care of Superior Florida Realty. This case was cited on 4/16/22 to comply by 4/16/2022. One section complied at $250, $250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be opposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 56. Case number CE 20110388, case address 1716 Northwest 15th Court. Owner Beatrice Sibbles. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/9/21. There are two suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. $6,550 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Case number CE 21090762, case address 1009 Northwest 11th Court, owner Floyd Davis. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $25 per day. $1,550 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 57. Case number CE 21040322. Case address 1716 Northwest 15th Court, owner Beatrice Sibbles. This case was first heard on 7/29/21 to comply by 8/26/21. Two suspensions are notated on the agenda. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $14,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 60. Case number CE 22031163. Case address 300 Royal Plaza Drive, owner Garrett Lawlin. This case was cited on 3/28/22 to comply by 3/29/22. Two sections complied at $400 per day. $800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22040070, case address 828 Northeast 14th Street, owner Velix Developers LLC. This case was cited on 4/5/22 to comply by 4/20/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $3,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 61, case number CE 22040371, case address 1326 Northeast 14th Avenue, owners Ronald and Margaret LaFlamme. This case was cited on 4/12/22 to comply by 4/12/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 62. Case number CE 22030778, case address 2431 East Los Olas Boulevard. Owner Eamon Lakhani. This case was cited on 3/17/22 to comply by 4/1/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $10,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22040521, case address 1429 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner Sharon Family Trust 2021, Norman Sharon trustee. This case was cited on 4/18/22 to comply by 5/3/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 63. Case number CE 22040324. Case address 607 Northeast 11th Avenue. Owner Stephen Rafano. This case was cited on 4/12/22 to comply by 4/12/22. Two sections complied at $200 per day. $400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22031323. Case address 1733 Southwest 5th Place. Owners Kip Desamu and Juan Meyer. This case was cited on 4/4/22 to comply by 4/19/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $7,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeals received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 65. Case number CE 22050277. Case address 1125 Northwest 5th Street, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Max House LLC. This case was cited on 5/13/22 to comply by 5/14/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 66. Case number CE 22030787. Case address 2431 East Los Olas Boulevard. Owner Eamon Lakhani. This case was cited on 3/17/22 and 3/21/22 to comply by 3/17/22 and 3/22/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $750 accrued. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. A total of $1,150 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 70 and 71 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for June 30, 2022.